here.
There we go. All right. Well, I'd like to welcome everyone tonight to the virtual work session of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. It is 5:30 p.m. First, I'd like to call on Dr. Watts to introduce our guests tonight.
Thank you so much, Vice President Bettinger, members of the board, staff, and invited special guests for presentation. First of all, I would like to thank both Michael Lewis and Paul Bogle, who are instrumental in leading our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, and they will be presenting this afternoon or this evening. And at this time, I will call Michael and Paul.
Awesome. Well, thanks, everybody. Good evening, Vice President Bettinger and board directors, and welcome to the board, Director Bento. It's good seeing your face in a different capacity. Joe and I are good friends, and so it's good seeing you. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get things started here. And then Paul and I are going to kind of tag team, and then we've got Tashawn Christie, who has been instrumental in the last few weeks in helping us to get this dashboard created from the technological side of things. So there we go. Everybody see everything okay? So first off, I just want to acknowledge that and kind of bring Director Bento up to speed. So 2 years almost to the date, we launched, or the board launched, a committee, then the Fiscal Recovery Task Force. And so I think it's important that we recognize that we've really been working on this kind of nonstop for the last 2 years. And we are more than excited that we are at this stage in the development. So we have, I would be remiss without thanking, first of all, Ben Rarick, who has been invaluable to our team. I know that we try to be very flexible with Ben's time, and because he's just a busy person. And so I wanted to recognize that we just wouldn't be here without Ben's expertise in educating the committee on school finance and kind of how that works, and within a district such as ourselves, being the fifth largest school district in the state of Washington. The other person that's just been invaluable is Tashawn Christie. Like I said, in the last couple months, he has really been instrumental in our meetings in getting this visual dashboard now off the ground, kind of ready to present on our next stage, which is where we are here. So opening up on our dashboard, we felt like it was really important to have a narrative about kind of what our charge was and where we're headed. And so we've listed all of our members there, current, and then we also have listed Pat Fry, who was our past classified representative on our committee. He retired at the end of August, and so he held on until that time, and we have found Carla Lance, who is also a bus driver, and she now represents the classified representation on our committee. So this is the narrative. On the next slide, there are a few changes that please don't ask me to identify them, because we thought we got them to Sean, but we must not have gotten them to Sean. But at any rate, there's just a couple wordsmithing things where we've taken out some bits and paragraphs to make it more clear. But basically, this narrative is directly out of our charter, and what we felt like the board really put this committee into existence for, the purpose. And so we have also identified on this narrative the key performance indicators that we felt like were really important to presenting to our large community of stakeholders, and those include fund balance, enrollment, revenues, expenses, revenue to expense ratio, and then risk environment. And so we have developed these and kind of figured out on the back end how to measure these metrics to present to the community so that they can see and have a picture of the district's fiscal health. And so on those metrics, or on those key KPIs, we've identified 3 metrics, and then their definitions are here. So on track means that the KPI is equal to or favorable to the budget as of the focal date. No action is required. Monitoring, the KPI is trending marginally below the budget as of the focal date. Close monitoring is needed to determine if the trend is temporary or permanent. Action may be required if further deterioration is anticipated. And then the red light, if you will, is significant risk. The KPI is trending significantly below the budget as of the focal date. Immediate corrective action is necessary to prevent further deterioration. And so I added this slide in. This is what should have been sent to Shashan with the fixes on the wordsmithing. Really in that first sentence, paragraph, if you will, and the second paragraph after the bullets are where we made just some changes. We took out some words that weren't making things clear. So under our dashboard metrics, we felt like we needed to define what we were looking at, what the measure was, and then what the measurement definitions were. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Paul if he wants to kind of take over here, and then I'll tag in at the end.
Sure. So as Michael shared on the previous slide, you know, it's important that, well, I guess let me step back for a second and say, I think it'd be helpful to say what we're looking for in a dashboard, what a dashboard really is or isn't. So let me just, I don't need to share my slide or anything, but I can just kind of read them off to you, because I think it's important when people are looking at this dashboard to really have the right frame of mind on it. So what the dashboard is it's a tool to help the board and the community kind of get a high level perspective of what trends are over time with the district finances. It's not the whole toolbox. It doesn't replace financial analysis and day-to-day operational oversight. It should help with that, but that's really the purview of, you know, the school district administration and the folks there who run it. So this is the 10,000-foot view, if you will. It's supposed to provide easy access to the source data, and it'll give you the ability to, once we get into this, kind of click through to the underlying data if someone wants to drill down a little bit. But it's not going to give you the nuts and bolts kind of raw data at a very granular level. That kind of information is certainly available from Ben and his department and group, but this, again, it's the higher level view where these key performance indicators, if you kind of think of them as, like I say, on a dashboard in your car, you know, your gas gauge is a critical thing you want to keep. Your speed is something you want to look at. The temperature of the water or such, those kind of things that you keep your eyes on. That's what this is supposed to do. If these things are on track, then I think as an executive team, you can look at it and say, okay, quickly, we're doing, you know, it's performing, the finances are performing as we budgeted them. When it goes to the monitoring or the significant risk stages, then you're going to want to ask questions. And that's really what this is. This is the start of the conversation. It's a question incubator, if you will. It's not a one-size-fits-all tool, and it's not the sole basis for decision making, but it's to help you ask better questions, I think is kind of what the key to this is. So let me go back to the slide here. On the right-hand side, you'll see really what is behind those key performance indicators. as a measurement tool. And we talked with amongst ourselves and with Ben in particular is kind of like, what would be a significant departure from expectations that would make us kind of raise our hand as a board or as a community and say, hey, what's going on here? So this gives you kind of the measurement of it. So we'll just say, for example, the fund balance. The board has a policy that the fund balance must be greater than 5% of the prior year's actual expenses, right? And so what we want to do was look at it quarterly and see where we were trending in our fund balance on a quarterly basis against that measurement. And if, for example, it's on track, I don't think we have here how we did it, but we took a percentage of these particular items on each one of these KPIs and came up with a measure, if you will, that would trip it into like from off of on track to monitoring or significant risk. And frankly, this is kind of a beta site, and you're our first third-party evaluator and feedback to us. So we're really looking forward to your questions tonight. We want to leave a lot of time for those because we don't want to get caught too much in groupthink here and not be able to produce a product that's going to be valuable to you in the future. So I think those spell out exactly how we're measuring these. It doesn't give you the exact gradient at which point it kind of trips over into the next one. That's actually something that we plan on fine tuning with real data over the next 4 or 5 months and hopefully go live with this the start of the next fiscal year. So that's kind of some background on how we got here, the tool, and what we're measuring against here. Do we want to ask questions later or kind of tackle these as we go? What would the board like to do? Keep rolling?
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. Okay, Michael, let's go to the next slide. Are you doing this one, Michael?
I can.
You can see we're well rehearsed.
We actually did meet about this, but so this is basically what the dashboard's going to look like, right? The metrics that we've designed to just give you a visual of the fiscal health, right? At that it goes by quarter, right? So you're looking on the left-hand side column that's not blurred out. That's Q1 of 2021. And if I remember correctly, this is accurate as of right now. It's based on whatever we have created as far as the metrics. So for the fund balance, we're on track, we're doing okay. For the year-to-date expenditures, we have identified that we're in significant risk. For year-to-date revenues, we are in significant risk. And for year-to-date enrollment, we are in significant risk. I do want to caveat this here because we are in a very non-normal year or normal circumstance because we're remote. Because of us being remote in our circumstance, all 3 of these indicators have been affected by that, and that's why they're showing as significant risk. The other 2 at the bottom, the revenue and expenditure ratio, we're monitoring it. And then the indicator 6, risk assessment, we are also monitoring it. At some point in time, and the reason why the next set of markers are blurred out is that we want to be able to we felt like the board's direction when we last spoke to you about the dashboard was that you wanted some sort of historical context so that the community and the board could see where we were and measure it based on quarters from the past. So these are all quarters that are not necessarily accurate right now, and that's why they're blurred out. So we as Paul shared, our goal is we want to put this in front of the board, if you're our first kind of focus group, if you will, to where we get feedback over the next couple quarters, which would then set us up for a really, really good launch of the actual dashboard to the community, on the start of the fiscal year, which is September 1st. And so we had a lot of discussion about, well, how are we going to test this? Are we going to survey it? Are we going to get feedback by doing focus groups? And Paul and I even talked about this the other night, is that in our current circumstance where we're all virtual and we're all remote, we're not sure that a focus group, while it might be helpful, I think it's going to be really difficult to rein in a group of people within a set time frame. So we really feel like your feedback will be our first kind of focus group set of feedback, and we're hoping to gain a lot of that this evening. But then that brings me kind of up to the next step, is I know we're scheduled on the board meeting on March 10th, and we're not sure that, because we weren't sure at that point in time, whenever we scheduled that meeting with Ms. Howley, that we need your approval on that time period. We might be just ready to speak about it to the community so they can kind of see things as a surface level of where we're headed. It might be that you don't want to set that meeting to where you want to have some time to chew on it as a board and get back with us with feedback so we can fine tune and then launch whenever we get back for the fiscal year to start. So really, we have been coming at this from a focus of, this is really the board's dashboard. We're just simply the advisory committee that's been put in place to bring it to you all. And because if you don't find use in it, then the community is not going to find use in it. So this is basically what the dashboard would look like in a less technical aspect, to where you could just see a color. We went around and around probably for, I would guess, at least 3 months on the colors. And thankfully, Tashawn is a color master and he understands color theory. We didn't want to have red, green, and yellow, because red tends to indicate a huge alarm. So we went with burnt orange and the yellow and the gray, and that's kind of what we settled on. In addition to this, we went around and around and around about, do we want this visual to be like a speedometer? Do we want an arrow to point at something? Do we want it to be a gradient bar to show that we're close to this or we're not close to that? And we finally settled on, with the help of Tashawn, that this is probably the clearest way to convey to the general public that can go on and view this in the easiest manner possible, because everybody in our district, every stakeholder, from kindergarten, if they want to log on and look at a dashboard, to the community members and the board and the superintendent and staff and educators and everybody. So we wanted to keep it as simple as possible, yet convey whatever meaning we wanted to show everybody.
Hey, Michael, if I could just jump in real quick.
Sure.
One thing that doesn't appear on this, and again, like I say, treat this as a sort of a beta site. As Michael said, the fogged out area, that's not real data. But again, the benefit of, if you look at like fund balance, reading, right to left, if you will, you can kind of look quickly and say, okay, if it was real data, you can tell by the color we were on track, and in Q2 of 2020, we were on track, and then we were monitoring it, and now we're back on track. We'd probably want to add a fourth column so we can actually, because there's seasonality to our financials, depending on when we get revenues. Obviously, it doesn't come in evenly every month. We probably want to add a fourth column over here that would show the equivalent quarter year prior. This is a horrible year to be launching this, and will be a horrible year to sort of compare trend data, just because everything is so, if you will, off track this year. So, that's why we're saying when you see some of these that say significant risk, it's because we base those tolerances based on what we anticipated a normal year to be. So when you see significant risk in year-to-date expenses, I don't want people to go, through the roof on that, because we set that as if we were managing to a normal year revenue cycle, normal year expense cycle, pre-2020, if you will. So that's why I say we want to fine tune these. And it really, the other thing is, again, this starts a conversation. This starts a question. It's not meant to answer all the questions. And in the live model that Tishan has produced, which is fantastic, you'd be able to click on these individual items, and there will be pop-ups that will explain both what the measure is, so because it's going to be hard to remember, but that will pop up, and then other ones you can click through to the data behind it. So that's, again, and this is the ease of understanding and getting to the data that supports this. So that's part of the model. So thank you, Michael.
Absolutely. Well, and to tag off of that, that was also part of our charter, was to not only provide a picture of the fiscal health, but also to provide the fiscal education necessary to understand the dashboard. So it will be very interactive, to where you can hover over and it'll pop up, like Paul said, to get a clearer picture. So Tashawn's earmarked it out here for us. So there's a section title there, obviously, the key performance indicators, and then the indicators are listed. And I can't see what's behind that window. Past comparisons, as I stated earlier. So on to the next page. This is what Paul was just talking about, was, so under these definitions, it's going to list what on track means for that metric, or what monitoring means for that metric, or what significant risk means for that metric. This page in the dashboard we felt like was maybe even most important than the previous page, because it shows historical where our fund balance was, what our current fund balance is, what we're thinking it's going to be. The other part is the year-to-date revenues by source, and then revenue to expenditure, and then revenue to expenditure ratio. So all of this is basically looking at the large performance indicators in historical data versus that we're measuring them off of our 3 metrics. This is just the data. Pardon the Boston Terrier. This page we also thought was really important, because as you all know, as board directors, or I hope you all know, it's when you talk about the general fund, you're really looking at more than one pot of money. There are many different programs that pull out of that one pot of money. So we felt like it was important to show in the dashboard kind of what part of that pulls the money from there. So basic ed or special ed or CTE or compensatory ed or other program support services. And then on the other side, kind of where our expenses are coming from, whether it's benefits, it's capital outlay, classified salaries, professional services, supplies, all to give a great picture of where we stand as far as where the money gets pulled from, but then where it's also directed to or used.
And as Michael is alluding to, if you go to the very top where it says, the tabs at the top where it says landing, dashboard, narrative, and all of those, you can see that this is that last tab. So again, a user would be able to quickly, kind of work their way through the data to hopefully find the information that's most relevant to them and supports what we're doing as a district.
So at this point in time, I really feel like our biggest benefit from meeting with you this evening is to get your feedback. And I'm going to, hopefully Paul will be taking down some notes, and I'm going to take down some notes to take to our committee so that we can begin to fine tune and get some sort of beta dashboard in front of the board so that they can take some time with it and finagle with it and explore it and get used to it. And then we'll meet back again, hopefully maybe not in a work session, but we'll get more feedback from you as the end of the school year approaches, to where we can fine tune and get our final dashboard in front of the community. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to questions or feedback.
It looks great. It was it's very helpful. So on that very last slide you had, that data, was that real data or was that was just plugged in?
That's real data.
Okay, because it's 2020 and there's like travel expense. I see travel expenses and it's like, did anyone travel in 2020?
Well, I don't know. I guess I turn that to Sean and Ben to answer that question,
Okay,
because
yeah.
some of that was filler just to kind of plug stuff in
Right.
and to see
That's
what
what
it
I was
looked like.
asking.
So
Yeah.
so
No.
I'd be a little cautious with that at this point.
It's
Thank you.
I thought that's probably just plugged in data. Yeah, no, the question I was going to ask is if, there was something that was going to show what would trip it to move to a next level, and the pop-up, then the question was answered. And actually, I don't think it's a horrible year to launch. I think it's a great year to launch because, things happen. And so, this year, right now, it's a pandemic. Who knows what else might happen? So, I don't think there's ever a normal year in life. There's always something going on. So, yeah, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say to Mr. Lewis and Mr. Bogle and all the committee that I realize how much time this has taken to perfect this, and I really appreciate that. And I think this is something that is fairly simple to get an overall view of the school district, yet on the different tabs that you can go into if you want to get more specific. I think I personally, just glancing at it, I want to use it probably before I totally understand it. But when I'm looking at different things like, oh, wow, there it is. How much was spent on that? I don't have to go through 50 million different things on a website or something to get there. And this, I think, in transparency and doing what our community is asked of us and sharing in that information, I just really appreciate the work that's been done here. I really like it. So that's my comments. I don't know if I have a question. I'd have to work with it for a while, I think, before I have a question. Sorry.
Okay, it's only taken us 2 years.
Yeah. Thank you for the acknowledgement. The other committee members are all watching on the live feed on YouTube, so they'll appreciate hearing that acknowledgement.
Yeah. Is there a way that we could play with it? A beta version?
There will be.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the idea, is to get it from this feedback. We're going to get things, I believe, up and running in a beta version so that you guys can then begin to finagle with it and kind of tear it apart, if you will.
And I guess it's really, although it's finances, it's really sort of what I would call it a strategic dashboard as compared to maybe a financial dashboard, which really gets down to the granular day-to-day, kind of thing, how many kids showed up for school kind of thing. That might be a different one. But for use as an executive group, I would think, again, it's a way to, start conversations, ask, high gain questions, because, sometimes it's really, I'm a banker and it's really easy to get caught in the decimal points, so hopefully it's, as you get a chance to experiment with it, break it, ask questions, are we looking at the right things? Does it go too high level? Does it need to, what have we missed? Those kind of things. Those are the things that are really going to be the valuable input to the committee.
I really do appreciate all the work the committee has done on this. I really like the dashboard narrative. I like calling out who is on the committee. I like seeing that there's student representatives on there. I like seeing that there's classified representatives. I like seeing that there is certificated representation. I think it's really important to have representation from all groups, including the community. So I really liked seeing that. As a dashboard, I know you picked the muted colors for a reason. I like things to like look really like fun and exciting. So I would challenge like different colors, because if the community is going to look at this, I think it's important for like the average person who doesn't have finance knowledge to look at this and be like, that's a drab orange. Like, what does that mean? Like, and I understand your reasoning for not using red, yellow, and green. I would just challenge something that's engaging, colorful for people that will get attention. But I think this does the job. The content is good. That's what I'm saying. Like, it looks really good. It gives the information. And I think that's kind of what's needed. I think any average person would be able to look at this and know what was going on. And I think that's the key to this. I don't think it's too high level. I'm not a finance person per se, but I do appreciate the look of it and how people can get some information. What gets to from my brain, because I'm not a finance person, the last slide feels like it's a lot of Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. It feels like a lot. I would challenge maybe that we look at maybe reorganizing that data a little bit. Does the public care what's happening every quarter? If they do, does it need to be monthly, or can it just be over the year so we can see a yearly trend? That might be something for my brain. I was like, oh, that's a lot of numbers and information. And I was confused for a second until I saw the Q1, Q2, Q3. So that would be like my challenge, as well as just how can we make that more user friendly on the last slide. But ultimately, I think this is great. I think that the committee has done a lot of work. I think it's important to have a citizen advisory group doing work like this. I would love to see more in other committees and groups, but this is amazing. Thank you for your hard work.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Michael, Paul, and the entire committee. I know how much work has gone to all of this. Having participated in several of your meetings, I know that you're very passionate in supporting the district as well. I do agree with everybody here that these are really this great information. It's simple to understand, and I think it's we talked about educating or informing the public, and I think this does both in many ways. I do have some wonderings, and that is I wonder, if we look at your charter, one of the points that we had talked about is the whole legislative process. And I know it's not, we're not asking you to attend legislative meetings and so forth, but it made me wonder when we talked about the year-to-date enrollment in a significant risk category. I mean, obviously we understand this is a different situation than normal, but I wondered, could we not have some footnotes on some of these in saying something to the effect, we have a enrollment stability bill that's out there that may pass, most likely will pass, because every district in the country is affected by enrollment. And so I wonder about these footnotes, when we're talking about special times, and also we're talking about quarterly, we're talking also about revenue, when the revenue comes in, when we collect property taxes. Those are things that the public should know is going to help, not help, but is going to deviate. The numbers are going to deviate during those quarters based on what is coming in and what needs to go out. So that was just my wondering about the legislative process, and if it could be not in details, but kind of a footnote of, this is something that's being worked on and under consideration.
Yeah, and actually, Maya, in this and in the live version, there is another, if I remember correctly, and Tashawn, maybe you can chime in on this, a pop-up to kind of say, okay, it's in a significant risk because So much like Ben would probably give you the reasoning, like maybe, like you said, the revenue, there's seasonality. We were going to get revenue, by this date in the quarter, and it came the next day of the first day of the next quarter. So we had talked about that. And I think, Tashawn, weren't we building that into this as well? An opportunity for some narrative to go along with those KPI measures?
Definitely. One of the things that we talked about was providing as much context as possible based on the feedback. So everything from the hoverovers to what exists in each page, so that it's almost as if someone on the committee or someone that has this high level of financial knowledge is standing over the person's shoulder and helping to explain and walk them through different things. So yes, that is the ongoing piece that's part of the interactive.
Well,
So
and
a similar issue with expenses, there might be areas where sometimes it's significantly, the section is significantly higher because of another variable that is happening, where the expenses are significantly lower. So that happens quite a bit in our organizations. So yes, so anyway.
Yeah, and as you've just shown, you asked the question. And so what we want to be able to do is have the tool be able to anticipate as much as we can those questions, so that the user goes, well, why is this showing significant risk? And they hover over it and it says, oh, here's a brief narrative as to why.
That's great.
Well, and one of our members, so while it doesn't show it on the dashboard, the legislative kind of piece of our charge, we have Barb Poinier is like a hawk on the legislature, and she's always sending us emails to the team about, are we looking at this? This is something that we want to look at. They're going to fund transportation for COVID measures or what have you. But she's really been looking at the state's budgeting process that we're currently in, and she brings those to the table whenever we meet, for sure. But I agree with both Tashawn and Paul. The intent was to have as much information where you could hover over it and make it really streamlined, right? So you're looking at it in the moment and you're seeing the definition of what you're looking at.
That's great. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My apologies for being late. So I'm going to have to review the presentation, of course, and I will do that later. But I appreciate the work you've done also. And I know over the last few years, you guys have worked very hard on this, and it's much appreciated. And if I have any questions, I'll probably send you an email or any comments after I review it, if that's okay.
Sure.
For sure. CFAC, we've got a school email address now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we moved everything for records purposes and records keeping to it's cfac@kent.k12.wa.us.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And I'd just like to mention too, walking through this, like was sitting on the strategic planning committee that I did a while ago, that if you had this with other committees, it could be helpful to kind of bring this up to do more planning off of it. They could say, oh, this is what we've taken our funds and done with, but yet maybe we want to look at something else, and they'll have that in front of them. I think this could be really a good tool for a lot of committees to look at, to also, do planning and say, well, we put a lot of money on this. Is that working? And, I'm just excited about it. I really am. And I think I just wish we had this up a year ago or so, but, it takes a while to get something right, doesn't it? And it does. Yeah. So.
Well, and to your point, Leslie, this dashboard is, mostly financial metrics, because that's what we were focusing on, but certainly, other dashboards showing things like, educate, however you would define educational impact, and meeting the strategic goals, you could capture those in a similar type of dashboard. that's non-financial, and be able to show those as well. So yeah, lots of uses. And again, just plaudits, we could not have gotten to here without Tashawn and Ben's work. I mean, they know this stuff inside and out, and Tashawn's ability to take the information and knows how to use this Tableau technology that presents and is the basis and platform for this, is just indispensable. And I think it has wide-ranging use, and hopefully, and we talked about this in our last workshop, that this is efficient, that this isn't an added layer of work for someone, that we can integrate this to the existing system and make it an easier way to present information in a simpler format that's more easily understood, and where people can get their answers faster. So that's one of the goals of this.
Well, I'm wondering too, if, when we go after levies or bonds or stuff like that, that this could be integrated into a marketing tool on that too. I can see a lot of aspects that we could really develop from this. So thank you. Thank you.
I did have a question on workload. I think Dr. Harmon, and I know there's some discussion about staff time, and I'm wondering what is going to be required moving forward. Is this something that is going to be operational without a lot of expended time on the part of staff, or because it is something we have to think about, how much time requirements? And I'm not saying at all that this is not important, because obviously this was something we worked quite a bit of many years to bring it to fruition. So I guess I'm trying to understand what will this be a continued involvement of staff requirements, or is this something that you feel like can get generated quickly and have the public be informed without a lot of back and forth?
I'll go, not to interrupt you, I'll go ahead and answer that. So first of all, I want to acknowledge Dr. Harmon. I totally left her off of my list of acknowledgements, because she has also been very helpful in lending us her staff to get this up and running. But from the very beginning, I think the committee, maybe even from when we first sat down and started digesting all of this school finance information, our intent was to make this as streamlined as possible, right? I don't need to make extra work for a staff person if the extra work is already being done or if it's not needed. But the problem that we face as a volunteer committee and community members is that we just don't have access to, right? I can't log into the Kent schools and pull up all of their financials so that I can update anything or get anything taken care of. And so that part is reliant upon Ben Rarick and Tashawn to communicate, because it's going to live somewhere on the website. And so our whole plan was to make it just as seamless as possible, so that if Ben is already reporting about that, it should make it easier. And I think it might be valuable to hear from Ben to kind of see if that's kind of where his head is at as far as this. So I don't want to speak for him, because he's the one who's providing the financial information, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Doctor, yes, I was going to say.
So so Michael, Paul, and to the CFAC, it was never about staff participation in that way. They've been very, very helpful and positive in their support. So it's never been a resistant in any way in that respect. It would just be helpful for me with clarity, because when we started this process 2 years ago, the board seemed very interested in drawing a line between staff involvement and the work of the CFAC. and understanding, you're right, Michael, that this can't be done in a vacuum. It has truly taken a team effort, and it's worked well to get here. But it's just not clear what that is and that expectation. And so it'd be helpful as we move forward if the board could clarify, is the appropriate relationship, is the current relationship appropriate and okay? Are we at a space where we're working together? It just wasn't clear, because technically I would say we might be in slight violation of the interpretation, at least the initial intentions of the board in terms of staff involvement. Although I would say it's necessary, like I said, and worked well. And so it would just appreciate that clarity. But it's not because there's been any problem with staff. It's just want to make sure that we're in compliance with the expectation and the end results.
I would agree, Dr. Harmon. I think we, in the original charter, and then we updated our charter, it had always stated that the chief financial person for the district was always an advisory person to this committee. And so that's when we started leaning on Ben very heavily, because we just needed to be educated. And I agree that there's no animosity, and we've really worked well in the environment, right? We've tried not to be too taking of Ben's time, and he's, from the very beginning when he started meeting with us, he has been very, very clear with us. Hey, I can't be there at that time, or I can be there, but I'm only going to be there for 20 minutes, so we're going to make it quick. So we always try to navigate when we're meeting to meet the needs of him, because we're reliant on him. So I would agree with you. I think that the committee really needs to hear that direction from the board. What's the expectation kind of going forward? Are you expecting that Ben and Tashawn are going to just manage this on the back end? Because it's just not feasible for a committee of volunteers to manage. We just have it created. It's going to take somebody within the district to manage it.
Thank you, Michael and Paul. I know that is a challenge for us all. We have had those conversations multiple times, as Dr. Harmon mentioned. And I think the focus right now is how do we navigate that sense of this process being somewhat agnostic and neutral, so that there's not necessarily a perception of influence by district staff, more or less support. And obviously we have some tremendous leaders who are involved in this process to support the work. So we'll continue to navigate that as we move along. And as we've said, it's taken us 2 years, right? And we'll refine those support systems as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, any additional questions, comments?
I just have a procedural question for you all. I'd love to sit here and say, gee, it'd be great to meet with you one-on-one and get your feedback. I'm not an expert on all the open public meeting rules that have to be observed. So I'm just wondering, what is an efficient way to get feedback from all of you and communication while we kind of go through these? You know, we're kind of driving the car down the road and changing the tires at the same time a little bit here. So it'd really be helpful to know kind of what would be good process. And I don't know if we want to do this online or offline, or if we could do it offline. I don't know. I know there's certain restrictions we have to abide by.
No, you can definitely. So if you didn't want to meet with us one at a time, you could meet with us 2 at a time. I mean, if that's more convenient. So there are options that exist. So if you wanted to create a schedule and give some options,
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just so y'all are aware, we've been meeting. So originally when we started, we were meeting for 2 hours, sometimes longer, at 5:30 every other Wednesday. And then we felt like that was right in the middle of the dinner hour. And it was also conflicting if we were meeting on an off Wednesday from a regular board meeting and Ben was needing to present, that also happens at 5:30. So we moved our meetings, and we've been meeting pretty consistently, I'd say for the last 6 months at least, if not longer, for an hour, maybe a little bit longer, at 4 o'clock on the off Wednesdays from the regular board meeting. So if that works with any of the board directors' schedules, we'd be happy to invite you 2 at a time if you want to do feedback that way. I think you could also probably submit emails to our CFAC email box with feedback, and then we can take those and digest them. And then at least they're in record somewhere should they be requested. That was the whole intent about getting a school email address. But I guess what I'm trying to say is we're happy to accommodate whatever schedule you want to have. Our difficulty in a committee with scheduling is that we do have 2 students that are on our committee. We've got a senior and we've got a sophomore. We've got community people that work 8 to 5 jobs. We've got teachers who are teaching, and we've got classified staff such as bus drivers in a regular certain circumstance are driving a bus sometimes past 4:30 in the afternoon. So we'll be accommodating however you want that to look. It might be easier if you just give us some suggestions of when, maybe email us as a board what some suggestions you would have as to when you would like to meet with us, and then we can take that back and digest it as a committee and see if they kind of link up.
And so I don't know. So I guess with Paul's comment, I wasn't thinking you were suggesting we meet with the entire committee. Were you, or were you, is that what your suggestion was? I apologize.
No, it really wasn't
Okay,
necessarily.
okay.
It was just, you know, probably Michael's right. The efficiency of trying to get everybody together is
Yeah.
not going to be the best. And I would just say, you know, you're going to look at this, you're going to play with it. You're going to have, you know, if you're anything like me, I sit in a training and I don't know what's going on until I start using it. And then the questions come forth, and I'm guessing it'll be somewhat of the same experience for you. So if you have some questions at this time, or as you think about it, or look at the slide deck, you know, I just say send them to us, and if it looks like email's not an efficient medium, we'll set up a time to meet.
So thank you.
Perfect.
Yes, and I may have missed this. Will you be then reporting out on a quarterly basis, or how to the board? That is sort of kind of analyzing, well, or will the dashboard just be available? Has there been a discussion?
Yeah, the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
That's to be determined. You know, I think what we want to be able to do is get the information in a format that, you know, and we'll probably be tweaking this a little bit for a while yet after it goes live. Just that's the way it is. I think we'll learn as we go. You know, I don't know if it's going to make more sense that, frankly, as you know, maybe it's part of Ben's presentation that he does. I don't know if he does it monthly or quarterly with you. It might be the top cover page. I don't know yet. You know, there may be some value, again, showing the community that there's been community oversight. And so we can do whatever seems to be the best way to present the information. I would think, particularly if there's some of these that need explanation, that, you know, Ben would be able to have that detail or represented from his team.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, if there are no other questions, we will go ahead and adjourn. Thank you again to the CFAC committee and all the members that are not present. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do.
Thanks for your support.
So at this time, we will adjourn this work session for an executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district is likely to become party, starting at 6:30. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's loud downstairs.
My apologies, you'll be moved over shortly.
It's okay. I know we're early. So. Is everybody okay? Is everybody back? Awesome. Okay. All right. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to our regular board meeting. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I would like to ask Director Hamada to open us up with the Pledge of Allegiance. You're muted. President Hamada, you're muted.
We all please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to welcome our audience and call on Director Bento to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Good evening. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound, and also recognizing that there may be some federally recognized tribes or unrecognized tribes that have also resided in the area, and we continue to thrive here and live here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Bento. So welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The process for audience participation. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the board meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and in board docs. Tonight, there will be 3 periods where public comment will be heard: at the beginning of the meeting, during the public hearing, and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and staff will contact you to follow up. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at that portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communications sections of the agenda. Dr. Watts, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, President Daniels. There are no changes to tonight's agenda.
Thank you. At this time, we are on to agenda item 2.01, preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Howley, are there comments to be read?
No comments for the public hearing. So I will read the general comments right now.
Okay, thank you.
The first comment is from Jesse Gall. And Jesse says, if COVID numbers go down by June, is there a chance to have an outdoor graduation at some stadium or outdoor venue instead of a drive-through graduation? There are multiple outdoor venues around us. For example, French Field, where the students could all sit on the visitor side and the parents could be on the home side, therefore leaving more than enough room for social distancing.
Ms. Howley,
Yes.
can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, your volume is very low.
Oh,
At least
I'm
for
so
me,
sorry.
I don't know if it's for everyone else. We're having
Yes.
trouble hearing you. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yes,
Testing, testing. Is that better?
It's still very low.
very well.
It is? Okay. I just increased the volume. Let me get into Zoom and see if there's an issue in those settings.
The sound that we're hearing is about like a whisper, just so you know.
Testing, testing. Is
That's
that
better.
It's a little bit better.
just a little bit?
Yeah.
Testing, testing. Is
Much
that
better. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, the second comment is from Allison Stewart. Allison says, I was wondering what it would take to have an outdoor graduation. I think it is very important that we do so, and I believe we can do it in a safe way. There are many outdoor venues that we could have it at, and we could all wear masks and be socially distanced. Also, in the next 4 months, if COVID numbers go down, we could definitely do this safely and effectively. The next public comment is from Amy Wright. She says, since many schools have multiple portables, is there a future plan to expand the schools themselves? The next public comment is from Fat Trin. And it reads, do you think we could possibly go to school this year? And if it is just one day, I just want the board to know that it is much better than online school. Lastly, thank you for working hard this year. The last public comment is from Wayne Jensen. And it reads, Board, Dr. Watts, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I have spoken to this board many times and always 100% in advocacy of the students, families, and community I support. My grandfather told me you always vote for schools and infrastructure, and I have followed his advice my entire life. Only recently do I find myself at a crossroad. I have spent the past few months personally learning firsthand how my tax dollars are not necessarily spent in the best interest of the taxpayer. I have learned about lack of oversight on projects. I have learned about the disregard for the value of taxpayer purchased materials, and have seen that negligence just continue by simply doubling down on past mistakes. Our only mission is not a statement posted on a colorful board behind the dais. Our only mission starts with a student behind a desk and expands outward. Just as I support the student, the building staff support myself and the student, and the spiral continues all the way to central admin, the school board, and finally Olympia. I have become more and more aware how that pattern is distorted, often with the student and family not being at the center, but instead see others feeling as though they are the center of the spiral and failing to recognize this reality. As to my opening comment, yes, I am at a crossroads as I think about automatically checking a yes box when schools ask for additional funds to expand, or in some cases, sustain poor use of the dollars collected. Our day and our year should be reminding ourselves of who sits at the true center and where we fit in our actual mission. That should be how we define our jobs. Thank you. Wayne Jensen, 2019-20, Kent School District Teacher of the Year. President Daniels, that is the end of our public comments for this evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Howley. At this time, we are on to agenda item 3.0, the superintendent report. Dr. Watts.
Thank you, President Daniels, members of the board, Ms. Howley and staff. I would like to begin by first welcoming all of our Team KSD members and noting that this month, February, is the traditional halfway mark of our school year. And if we were in our buildings, learning, teaching, supporting those who learn and teach, I know that my school visits this month would have included a special 100th day celebration with kindergarten students and assemblies celebrating Black History Month, filled with rich performances and poignant messages. And yet, as we all know all too well, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed public education as we know it. And there were not multi-purpose rooms and gyms packed with students and staff or assemblies. There was no artwork spanning our school halls this year thus far. And like you, I miss that. I miss them. I miss that experience. And even though this pandemic, which first impacted our school buildings on March 2nd, just a little bit less than a year from now, March 2nd of 2020, teaching and learning has remained our focus. It's remained our core business, and learning is still happening. And we've adapted because we've had to, and remote learning has improved. Celebrations of the first 100 days of school occurred in homes and on Teams, and deep conversations about Black Lives Matter and Black History Month were shared over chat and captured via remote learning. And I honor the staff, our teachers, our building administrators, our support staff, those who support from a building level as well as central admin. I honor our students and our families who are all working together in very different ways, who work day in and day out to make sure that learning is still happening. Last week, our board and district leaders engaged in the first of 2 public listening sessions with students, families, and community members. And we were invited to participate in these sessions by the South King County Discipline Coalition in collaboration with the Office of the Education Ombuds. In fact, Melissa Laramie, Director of Communications and Public Affairs, and I have been conducting our very own KSD listening sessions over the last couple of years, well before COVID-19. And these in-person meetings resulted in strengthened partnerships, new learning, and shifting practices in several areas based on new knowledge, including our Equity Council, our forms of communication, and much more. The South King County Discipline Coalition and the Office of the Education Ombuds' goal is to elevate the BIPOC community voice in the conversation about ongoing reform to public school systems that serve our communities. And as richly diverse as our community is, like our partners, we recognize that systemic racism causes harm to BIPOC students and families in the public school system. I know it wasn't easy for families and parents and students to tell or retell their stories and to speak their truth during the listening sessions. We heard you. You candidly shared the hurt you are feeling right now and the hurt you have experienced in the past. I want to honor your feelings. You matter to me, to us, and to the KSD community. Tomorrow evening, we will come back together for the second of 2 meetings where we will affirm themes from the first session and discuss plans and hear recommendations for improvement as we move forward together with our students, our families, our staff, and our community in our commitment to equity, inclusion, and anti-racism, so that we, as members of the 5th largest and the 2nd most diverse district in Washington State, again, according to niche.com, can live up to the learning organization we aspire to be every day for each and every student, staff member, and family member. So earlier this month, on February 10th, OSPI released a bulletin regarding the allocation and requirements for the federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief, otherwise known as ESSER II emergency relief funds. Through early action on February 10th, 2021, the legislature passed House Bill 1368. This bill established the process and framework for Washington school districts to claim the second round of federal funds for reimbursement of allowable expenditures. Now, I am pleased to report to our board this evening that we are working to complete our application by the March 1st, 2021 deadline for Kent School District to be a recipient of ESSER II funds. Our application includes information from our revised hybrid plan completed by KSD leadership, as well as members of the Back to School Task Force, and was posted to our website on February 1st. Now, according to the process, OSPI will complete a review of our application along with all other applications to ensure that it complies with the requirements of House Bill 1368. Then they will contact districts for any questions that remain and announce allocations after they make their final decisions. And because this is a revision of our August 2020 board adopted reopening plan, please note that OSPI has neither requested nor required board approval of this template. However, please know that we will be sharing our application with you, our board, with KSD leadership, with our back to school task force, and our community before we submit our application per our own communications protocols, just as we did with the August 2020 application. Now, I'm also happy to report to our board this evening that we, Kent School District, have already been regularly participating in the transparent weekly reporting of in-person instruction and services for students, as it is a requirement of the updated reopening plan. ESSER 2 I-grant assurances include district's commitment to participate in all OSPI data collection that's related to COVID-19 and its impacts on our schools. These data are accessed regularly by legislators and staff, news media, researchers, and the general public. Now, a second component of the allocation and funding requirements is an academic and student well-being recovery plan due by June 1st, 2021. If KSD is a recipient of ESSER 2 funds, we will be required to submit an academic and student well-being recovery plan to OSPI to address student needs due to the school building closures and extended time in remote learning. At a minimum, this plan must address learning loss among students, including student groups identified in Washington School Improvement Framework, as well as students experiencing homelessness and students who may be in foster care. Additional plan elements also include, but are not limited to, our providing data on assessment tools, learning gaps, additional instruction that may be needed, supports for students' well-being, and extracurricular activities. Now, OSPI will make the application available in April, and we will be required to bring this report to the board for approval before we submit it to OSPI for review. Now, I share all of this with you because it is important work, and it's important work that's related to our district's continued financial solvency and the accountability of our district to continue to focus on our core business of teaching and learning with an emphasis on learning. Now, to focus on our core business of education, to provide an equitable allocation of resources and high quality learning opportunities to each and every student, regardless of race, ethnicity, learning difference, linguistic ability, or zip code. We know that this is our calling. Regardless of whether it is face-to-face in the classroom or by way of Teams, because of snow or pandemic, at least that should be our core belief. That is my core belief. And that is why I was called to be a teacher and why I choose to serve in public education. And it is also why I am humbled and honored by the depth and gravity of this work to serve in Kent School District today. So returning to in-person learning has been a conversation that is on many minds and hearts and lips as we hear conversations happening in various areas of our organization. Know that learning, whether in person, through remote or hybrid, remains a priority for Kent School District. All Team KSD members remain committed to our shared goals for a safe return to in-person learning. However, based on where we stand today with our labor negotiations, we cannot predict to the point the return date for in-person learning. Please know that I, as well as all members of Team KSD, respect the integrity of the bargaining process, and we respect our 8 labor partners, which means all bargaining must be done at the bargaining table. And it is critical that we allow the bargaining process to take place at the table as it continues. And we will continue to provide updates as soon as they are available. Both the safety of our students, the safety of our staff and families along with our focus on teaching and learning, has been and will continue to be our priority. So would you please help us by regularly visiting our website, checking your emails, voicemail, mobile apps for news, resources, and information so that our communication can continue to be improved, two-way, and meaningful. Thank you for your attention this evening, and thank you for your continued partnership. President Daniels, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Watts. At this time, we will move on to agenda item 4.0, the legislative update. Director Vingadhasalam, would you please proceed?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watts, for the explanation of ESSER 2 funds, which was there was quite a bit of discussion on that at the legislative conference, and some wonderings about where we're at in that particular process. So thank you for that. Director Hamada and I had an opportunity to gather with our Washington State school administrators, as well as our board directors, and our can never remember what WASBO stands for, business office or business operations. In any case, we had all three groups gathered together to talk about our legislative priorities. And we came up with our shared priorities being budget stability, mainly discussing our enrollment stabilization, and graduation flexibility, graduation pathways, and social emotional learning as our four priorities amongst the three groups. There were many discussions about the budget, the revenue forecast, which is what they indicated to us is that it's going to be neutral. It's not as bad as they thought it was going to be last summer. And so we had Superintendent Reichtel and Governor Inslee speak about the legislative movement this coming year. There will be about $1 billion for Washington K through 12 kids under the Biden-Harris suggestions. But it's mostly based on Title I funding. And so there was quite a bit of discussion about those districts that are not receiving Title I funds and where do they stand. So there's going to be some consideration in looking at that to see how these ESSER 2 funds, which are based on the Title I formula and what they call pandemic relief, how they can accommodate those districts that are in the rural areas of Washington. So there was quite a bit of communication on that. Then there were communication on the vaccines. There's going to be more access to educators coming. The governor is focusing on age, but our superintendent is really focusing on our educators and frontline school workers. So that's going to be something to really watch because, as Dr. Watts said, so much of whether we move to in-person learning, teaching and learning is also very much dependent on the vaccinations and the safety of our educators as well as our students. And a couple of other things he mentioned were the spring assessments, that they were flat, and K through 3 literacy. This is a struggle across the country, and so they don't expect spring assessment to happen. They'll try and probably defer through waivers they're looking at, but there's more information coming soon. They're also pushing for dual language. I'm sort of focusing on the areas that we have discussed in the past several months about what's important to our district. And dual language, Superintendent Reichtel is pushing to make sure that more than 50% of our school districts are having those in our elementary early grades. And then there was a lot of talk about digital equity. And as you know, that is also one of our priorities that we're looking at. And we did have our community foundation come in to discuss how they can participate with us on that. There are 4 particular legislation that we're looking at, or the school board directors are looking at, particularly with regard to, let me just grab that information. One is the devices. There was a bill, HB 1450, that sort of fell through the cracks because the bill was looking to levy a tax on wireless devices. And so that fell through the cracks. But Representative Gregerson has put another bill across, HB 1460, that is calling for the closing of the digital divide by providing services to fund the expansion of universal service program in Washington. That bill also has markedly changed in that there's not going to be any excise taxes imposed, but what they're looking at is working with community organizations to expand the services and allow for professional development to happen and technical assistance to happen with the assistance of community organizations, so that more families are able to get on these devices more quickly. There are also broadband bills that are out there, in particular, gosh, I don't have all that information with me. Representative Barno has one concerning rural infrastructure, and also Representative Saldana is also, Senator Saldana is also got a bill that is looking at rural infrastructure. So that's something that we need to follow up with community organizations. The WASDA board directors specifically were focusing on 4 different bills that are sort of on the watch list. And one is the graduation requirements, concerning the emergency waiver of graduation requirements. That's been passed and it's waiting for the governor to sign. There is also an accompanied bill that we're kind of paying attention on because that is concerning high school graduation credit and pathway options, and it's looking at going from 24 credits to 20 credits. The likelihood of that passing is very minimal from what we're hearing. It's sitting in the Rules Committee, but if there's anyone who would like to speak to that, testify, I think they want to bring it to the Rules Committee, I think, at this point. And so I have some dates on when the debates are going to happen. It's going to happen Thursday and Friday morning at 9 a.m. on some of these. And then finally, there's also the information on, apologize, it's in kind of discombobulated here. Okay, I'll have to get back, but there was one other bill that we're kind of keeping track on, including the transportation bill that's still in the Rules Committee that I think will need some support in testifying because it hasn't made any movement. So that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Vengadaswaran. At this time, we'll move on to agenda item 5.0, our public hearing. We will now receive comments on the potential sale of real property. Because this is a virtual meeting, public comments received via the online form will be read aloud by staff.
President Daniels, there were no public comments for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, I'd like a motion to close the public hearing.
I move we close the public hearing.
I second.
All right. A motion's been made to close the public hearing. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Closing the public hearing, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. The motion carries. We're on to agenda item 6.0. And I'd like to call on Dr. Watts to introduce our presenters for this evening.
Thank you so much, President Daniels. It is my pleasure to introduce no stranger to Kent School District and certainly a friend of our students, staff, and families, Ms. Barbara Phillips, who will begin the presentation along with special guests supporting the work that's taken place as a result of Community Network Council's leadership, otherwise known as CNC. Ms. Phillips.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to be here, and thank you for allowing us to share information about CNC and where we started and where we are now. It's been about 15 years. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
It's been about 15 years since we've been in front of the board and presented information to start at East Hill Elementary. Oh my goodness. Are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you, Barb.
Okay. So we started at East Hill Elementary, and we have a slideshow that we're going to start with in a video. And then Mr. Aubrey Shinholster will continue with the presentation and I'll close it up. But we'll start with the slides.
Let's see if so this is Aubrey Shinholster. Am I able to share my desktop, share my screen? All right.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. Very good. So I'm the executive director of CNC. Aubrey Shinholster is the vice president of the board. Nichelle Mitchell is the program manager. She oversees the academic coaching. And then we have Melvin, Eddie, and Dr. John. Let's move on to the next one. And so here's our goal, is to increase trust, safety, cooperation, and positive parenting in the community. But the main thing is that we've been working with students for over 15 years, doing our academic coaching and performing other community activities. So the video that we're about to share with you provides the essence of CNC and the direction we've been. Thank you.
Can everyone hear that? Okay.
So I can't hear you. The video sound is not working.
Oh, okay. So I think we sent over a copy of the video as well. Barb, do you want to go to the video? Or should we jump into the program descriptions?
Karen, do you have the link?
Yes, let me bring that up.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not, well, let me see if I can share my screen at the same time. That might be problematic. Let me check.
And if necessary, we could go through the slides, Barb, if you think it's all right, go through the slides and then we can watch the video after.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
Well, why don't we go on through the slides and talk a little bit okay.
So I moved to the next slide. The next slide is up.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, you can go ahead.
okay. So do you want to talk about the program areas?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. So here are the CNC program areas, and our programs, as well as the program leaders or the program managers. So we have the academic coaching program, which is led by Michelle Mitchell. We have professional development for educators, which is led by Melvin Tate and Dr. Eddie Moore Jr. We have creative coding for scholars, STEM math, which is led by myself, Aubrey Shinholster. We have a finance program that's led by Dr. Eddie Moore and led by Dr. John. I always mess his last name up, so Dr. John. We have community engagement, the emergency feeding program, which is led by Barbara Phillips. So I'll start by telling a little bit about our academic coaching program. So our academic coaching program provides direct support to students and families. We have CNC team members stationed at the school to provide support to students enrolled in the program. And our team members work with students during the day and report status and to the parents or guardians later. By sharing information with the parents, the academic coaches are able to increase parental engagement. Our team is able to keep the parents up to date with their students' progress and work with parents to correct any deficiencies in the students' academic performance. Our focus areas in the program are attendance, grades, and discipline or behavior. And we've recently added mathematics as a focus area, and we're working on getting our program materials updated to fully implement math into the program. We track the performance of our students with the attendance, grades, and discipline. We track them and we work with, if we see any fall off or if a student is having any trouble, we work with that student to make sure they stay up to standard. When we accept new students into our program, we meet with the students and the families to perform a needs assessment and a goal assessment. We use these assessments to guide our relationship with the students and the families. And we also use these assessments and the plan created from those assessments to create an improvement plan or a plan to help the student and as a method of getting commitment for both the students and the parents. And we use that to make sure that we're all, CNC, the parents and the student are doing all we can to support those students. Additionally, we provide training on cultural issues that are relevant to Black and Brown students. We do what we can to counteract negative stereotypes and to let our students know they're valued members of the community with unlimited potential. Our team takes pride in providing the highest quality support possible for our student participants. And our goal is to ensure every student that they could become a successful leader in the community. Now I'll show you our program status. So the program's been around for about 10 years, starting with a lower number, and we support an increasing number of student participants each year. And we're currently supporting over. Yeah, did it change for you?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, the slide didn't change.
Okay, it's not program status?
No. Oh, there we go.
Okay. So our program has existed for over 10 years, and each year we've received an increasing number of student participants. We're currently supporting over 90 students and their families, and we have our program in East Hill Elementary, Neely O'Brien Elementary, Mill Creek, and Kent Meridian High School. So here's some testimonials from the program. These the student testimonials are performance that we recorded from some of our student participants, and I'll let you read those. But I want to point out the parent testimonial, which is this is a family program that saved my son's life and gave him hope again. So I'll give a second for everybody to look at the student testimonials of the student performances. So we also have a Scholars Math program. And our Scholars Math program was started as a way to support students during the hours. For when we started having the early release on Wednesdays, we wanted to provide some additional support for students during that time, since it was time they would have been in school. So it's our Wednesday program. We currently offer the program to students at East Hill and Neely O'Brien. You know, in non-COVID environments, we would offer the program at the school, but due to the pandemic, we've had to modify our program a bit. And the main focus of the Scholars Program is math and mathematics, and to provide additional homework and math-related support to any students who need it. And if we know these students need the support, we make sure we give them the help they need. At Neely O'Brien, we have a work group called Math Strong Beginnings. In the work group, we concentrate on mathematics and cultural development for the students. And also at the CNC, we offer professional development courses and training for teachers and school staff. The main focus of the training is to improve interactions between teaching staff and students of color. One course that we offer is Teaching Black Students. It's a 10-hour course that's led by members of our team. So far, we've provided this training to about 70 teachers and school staff at KM, East Hill, and Mill Creek Middle School. And participants that complete the program receive credit from Seattle University or clock hours from Kent School District. The book used in this course is The Guide for White Women Who Teach Black Boys by Dr. Eddie Moore Jr. and other contributing authors. Dr. Moore is a major contributor to our training classes, and he's on the phone with all of us right now in case we want to ask him some questions. Shout out, Dr. Moore. We also offer a class called Dynamics of Difference, which is also focused on improving the relationship between teachers and students of color. We have provided this training to about 100 school staff doing workshops at the schools we support. And here are some testimonials from attendees of our professional development program. So I'll let everyone look at those. All right. And we'll also make this presentation available in case you need it if you didn't have time to read any of the testimonials. So recently, we planned and kicked off a new program initiative called STEM Vesting. In the STEM Vesting program, we'll provide students with training focused on coding or IT and financial literacy. And here's an overview of the STEM Vesting program. It offers grade 5 to 12 students with computer coding instruction and preparation for these high-paying jobs in IT. It also provides an opportunity for students to learn about financial literacy and gets tools for those students to, grow and save big dollars earned during their careers. The coding side of the STEM Vesting program is called Creative Coding. This is my program, as we pointed out. This program is a pilot program that will begin on March 8th of this year. We open this program to all program participants that are in CNC current programs, and we'll expand the offering if we still have space available. So on this slide, you can see what the students will learn. Not sure about the IT or coding background of the audience here, but you can see that elementary students will get the basics, and middle school, they'll get slightly more difficult, but still the basics. The curriculum is tailored to the ages and grades of the students, so it will be age appropriate. The Financial Excellence Program is the other side of STEM Vesting. This program provides students with a financial education on budgeting, investing, growing, and saving money. The program will start with the basics and advance as students progress in the program. And if you look at what the students will learn, they will learn the basics of personal finance and personal values. They'll understand how financial decisions made today can affect life tomorrow. That's the savings portion. They'll understand the language of personal finance. And they'll learn to apply financial knowledge and know-how into financial behaviors and conduct business. They'll get some guidance on student loans, and they'll learn how to make a positive impact to family budget. So this program is a companion to the coding program. It'll also start late March 2021. So Barbara, do you want to tell us about the other community programs and our partnerships?
Certainly. So for years, since the inception of CNC, we've always been advocates in the community, very active in the community. But the need, the feeding program has been a large need for us. And well, at one time we had the hot meals, but also the box meals and other food that we provide every Tuesday and Thursday at our office, as well as every 2 months, 2 to 3 months, we do a community-wide feeding program. And we may give out gift cards, but we provide probably about 100 meals or feed 100 families per week. And then we've been engaged with a number of BSK initiative that starts for kids. And we have the Kent Community Development Collaborative that we're in partnership with 6 other organizations, Kent Education Equity Partnership, and as well as the Kent Community Partners that relates to food insecurity. And we partner with Emergency Feeding Program because there's a great need and the need continues to grow. But we've been continuously active in the community for over 10 years. And basically that's the overall activities of CNC that we've been doing for the past 3 to 5 years, and it keeps growing. The families are more engaged, and we'll take any questions. I was wondering if the video was up and we can share that. Aubrey.
So did you want me to, I think Karen was pulling the video up.
Yeah, I am trying to make sure that it's going to work. I'm not sure it will. Let me give it a try.
You want to cover any questions while we're doing that?
Yeah, we can take any questions. And our program managers are here also to answer any specific questions.
Let's begin.
First off, I want to just thank you for all the work you're doing for our community. This has been nice to hear, and it's a long, long time. If the video doesn't work, can you share it with us via email?
Oh, sure, certainly.
Right. So what has changed during the pandemic? I know you kind of touched on that. So what's been the biggest changes for your program during the pandemic?
Well, we're in all our coaches communicate with the parents as well as the students remotely, so it's all virtual.
Mm-hmm.
We try to engage with the families or the students and try to provide incentives. So we keep kids motivated. We provide incentives like a pizza party or providing gift cards to the families for pizzas to keep them ongoing, or provide books or just anything that we could think of to keep kids engaged. The feeding program has been growing ever since, besides just providing the necessary things that families need. We've seen that the need for to pay a bill has been, so we've given out $100 gift cards, $200 gift cards for families that may go buy food or may diapers or whatever, utilities to pay their utility bills. So that has shifted for us and that has continued to grow. We tried to set up our platforms with the teachers education in remote. So Melvin can speak on that a little bit, that we had to take the time to develop a platform on the professional development. Melvin, you want to add something to that?
Sure, I can add something. COVID-19 caused us to have to go online with the Teaching Black Students course. And so, in fact, at the end of May in 2020, that's when we had our last class. That's when our last class ended. And that was at Mill Creek Middle School. And so, since then, we've been working on putting it all online, all of the professional development materials and information. And I'm in the process of training a couple people now to instruct it virtually. And so our new location will be probably Zoom or Teams. And in the Kent School District, they're familiar with, more familiar with Teams. And so, and then we do have a platform. We have it's called Teachable. And so on that platform, we're going to have I guess you'd call it a self-paced program. So we're going to have teaching Black students in, say, 2 different kinds of formats online.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to learn more about the STEM vesting. That's exciting. And I'm wondering how that kind of relates to the work you've already done and the work that you're beginning to, and I'm sorry, we can't see you, Aubrey. I have not seen you in 8 years. I would have loved to have seen your face.
I can fix that. I can fix that.
So it's really good to see you all here, actually. I feel like I haven't seen all of you, Michelle, Melvin, all of you in 8 years. So I'm really excited. I did see Dr. Moore's presentation. And I was really impressed with what he was presenting to our students and to our families. And I am kind of interested in how the work that you've already done will sort of play into the STEM vesting, and how many hours are we looking at? Is there some sort of a structure in place to make sure that you can provide all these programs within this time period?
Do you want me to take I could take the coding. Hi, Maya. I could take the coding program. So
Before you start with that, so the other part to the coding program is that we do have the academic coaching that is part of that, working with our students, as well as tying in the coding part. So Aubrey, you may want to start and then let Michelle add to that.
Okay, yeah, so I was just gonna say, so with the coding program, the students there's 1 hour per week that students will meet virtually with an instructor, and they'll learn coding, but we're hoping that learning the coding drives the interest in mathematics and being coding is a passion of mine. So it's an opportunity to really, I know it increased my interest in math. And 1 hour a week, I think that you'll see the instant returns you see from being able to create the websites you see, or the Instagrams, or all the stuff you see will engage the students enough and hopefully drive that interest.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'm excited for that program, and it's grades 5 through 12, so it'll be in the same schools in Neely and Mill Creek.
Yeah, we open it up to every student that we have that participates in any of our programs. Okay. So yeah, all of our partners, or our supported schools, I should say.
Okay. Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And all of our academic coaches that work with our students, at least they'll work with the students for at least 1 hour per week. 1 hour per week, they'll work with the students. They'll set the goals with students. And then through those goals, we also do an anecdotal to find out, we'll measure to get some outcomes to find out how well that student is doing. And we also meet with the parents virtually twice a month. And they'll fill out a goal sheet and anecdotal sheet also. So all of our academic coaches meet with their students virtually at least about 30 minutes to an hour every other week, every 2 weeks. So the first week they'll set a goal, and the next week we'll check to see if they have accomplished that goal. Okay. And then any student that is interested in coding, the coding program, then they can transfer over to the coding program and work with Aubrey. But we primarily work with the students' academics, behavior, and their attendance. Those are the 3 areas that we work on with the students.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Well, I just have a comment. It's good to see everybody here. I haven't seen a lot of you for quite some time. And I know the good work, and I know the long journey you've been on. And I'll say for one thing about all these people that are in the CNC, it's been sustainable. And it's come from a small, lots and lots of meetings to where they're at today, and they've really grown. So I take my hat off to you, Ms. Phillips. You've done a great job of leading this organization. And I kind of would like to, one of the things that I think is so important beyond the all the wonderful programs that you've got out there, but you're trying to draw in the parents and kind of in the wraparound. I wonder if somebody could kind of speak to that issue a little bit, because I think it's so much important not only to work one-on-one with the students, but to draw in the parents, because we're all working together, school, parents, students, to get them to where they want to go. So if somebody wouldn't mind speaking on that a little bit, please.
Nishala, you want to take that?
Okay. Initially, when we set up an orientation to meet with our parents, the first thing we do is we build a relationship with them and find out what their needs are. And we do an assessment, a needs assessment, to find out what their needs are. And then there's a process that's put in place to offer them resources to help meet those needs. And they may need a job, they may need food, and which we've helped them with. So we also, in working with the parents, we help them set their own personal family goals that they can meet. And we also help them with other tools, life skill tools and workshops. Of course, we know these parents are going through trauma along with their children. So we offer them workshops for trauma, if they're going through PTSD or whatever it may be. So we are very engaged with the parents and the students. So whatever resources that they may need to help them and their children to be successful, we're there to assist them. And consistency is it. That's the power of helping families, is consistency.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I appreciate that. I think this wraparound beyond the student to the whole family is so important. Thank you. Thank you all to all the work you're doing.
The last part I would like to engage is our, we have the pilot coding program, but Dr. Moore and Dr. Johns, the finance is really, the parents are a big part of that program as well. So I'm gonna pull it in, let them share a little bit about our future program in the next few weeks. Dr. Moore?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here tonight. I miss Seattle. I live in Wisconsin now. I spent a few years there in the 206, and I miss it. Not when it's cold and rainy, but I just want to give a shout out to Seattle. but also to Kent and the Kent School District and Dr. Watts and Sister Barbara for being willing to not only have a sustained and proven program, but also willing to be creative and try some new things and entertain some new ideas. That's what I love about CNC. And this program now, this pilot program, is a great example of that. My PhD research is on Black football players, and I've just been increasingly frustrated with the early introduction into our kids' minds of being successful through athletics. I'm not saying that that's always bad. I'm just saying it's the worst chance possible. All the odds are stacked against them to be millionaires playing football or doing sports. And so I've been really trying to think about some ways to create and develop some programmatic ideas to really bring Black genius, Black excellence into and use that intellect into finance. And my brilliant brother and friend who came up with the term STEM investment, Dr. John Ikwebike, who I'll give a few minutes to say some things here, is really the guy that I have been partnering with to do some things and think about some things the next 25 years. Here's what I want you to know, that we are dedicating and committing ourselves to building Black millionaires that don't play football, to really get their families. The one thing I discovered in my research is the amount of energy families, everybody in the community put into the athletic commitment. But imagine if everybody understood money in that way. And so the goal is to have everybody within the community understanding money and excited about growing money and what that looks like. Let me say this. Pandemic has been really painful, but it's also been really gainful. If you really are looking at what's going on in the market, so many people are sitting on their butts like we're doing here tonight, looking at their computers, making millions, just understanding money. And that's really one of the things we want kids to get excited about, because historically, Black wealth, Black capital has always been a part of Black people. And so we want to reconnect them to that history, but also get them excited about teaching mom, teaching their little brothers, little sisters, teaching the community about savings, about investment, and hopefully being able to help them watch some money grow. If we can get a pilot contribution, that's the idea in the long run, is to, in my mind, and I'll pass it to Dr. John, the ideal program is to start in the 6th grade, give them basic understanding in those first 2 years, 3 years. By the 9th grade, they get $1,000 at 9th grade. Over the next 4 years, we teach them, we work with them to grow to $1,000. After the 4 years, they get whatever that money turns into in their pocket if they go to trade school or community college or a 4-year college. If they forfeit that, then they give that back to the pot of money for the program. And so that's what I'm hoping we can build towards. And we're just really excited to actually get this pilot started. Barbara, I know I've eaten up a lot of time there. I just get excited about it. Dr. John, I don't know if you want to add anything very quickly before we turn it over.
I think you said all that needs to be said. The only thing I will add is, in addition to thanking the board for this opportunity to speak on this amazing work that's been sustained for so many years, the only thing I wanted to add is that Einstein, when he was asked what was the 8th wonder of the world, Einstein said compound interest. And I believe if we can get that very basic point across to these amazingly gifted young people, that their chief asset that none of us have is their youth. And if they can invest and start getting the investment down at an early age, and even more so, if they can accumulate that investment mindset coupled with gaining the knowledge on a science, technology, engineering, math, you're going to get such a powerful synergistic effect over the years that they will come back and just kiss this board for this opportunity. So thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Moore, for giving me this few minutes to share.
Any last comments from my team or any other questions?
I have a couple comments if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right, short.
Short. So back in the day when we first started academic coaching, and another program we had was Work Your Way Back. It was a restorative justice program for discipline. There was a principal that we went to back in the days when, say, the schools were a little bit more closed systems. There was one school at Kent Meridian High School that was always open to the community to, to bring in new programs and try new things and support the school. And so I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Wade Behringer, who, Wade, are you there? Maybe he's not there.
He's waving at you.
I'm here.
All right. Yeah. Dr. Behringer was very supportive. I mean, here we came with, a creative idea, two creative ideas for one school. And I just remember how he supported us. I mean, we had a difficult time getting an MOU at one point. And Wade Behringer was right there, supporting us all the time. Back then, you couldn't get a program in the school unless a principal, bought into it and supported it. And so thank you very much, Wade, for for doing that. I could go on about all of the issues that we had, but that would be too long, and Barbara won't allow it. And then there's another thing that that happened here recently when we started the Teaching Black Students program, of course, in January 2019. Well, it looks like Wade left a really good man there, David Radford, and as principal, and so he was the one where we started the first course. We started the pilot course at Kent Meridian High School with David Radford and his team, and so a lot of kudos, to Kent Meridian High School, and we also, with the professional development program, we've also been working with East Hill Elementary, where you have Scott Haynes and Sarah Shaw and that team. And one more team I want to mention is the one at East Hill, and that's with Paul Teitler and that team. And also, as we were running around, we encountered, these people need to be recognized. They need to at least know that we appreciate them. And so, there were the two executives, Christine Avery and Patty Dropney, that were very supportive, when we were meeting to, put together this Teaching Black Students course. So thank you.
So on that note, I'll just recognize Wade for just when we were applying for the BSK grant, and I came up with this idea of bringing in Dr. Moore and doing training. So he was the one that supported it and signed off on it in agreement. So I do thank you. And all the work that has gone into our BSK work, Jewel Harmon, Dr. Watts that have really supported us over the past couple of years in getting this, making the achievements that we have. And we try to make the best use of the funds that we've received over the years. Anything else? Any other questions?
Well, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. I'm a little sad that I've hearing this in my 4th year. I hadn't heard more about it earlier. So thank you so much. We appreciate what you're doing. I did have a question. So it sounds like your staff is larger than of course, you guys here. About how many staff do you have that actually help to support this program?
So we have, at last count, about 16 academic coaches.
Okay.
And then we have the program managers here and administrative, but it's about 16 academic coaches that we're working with.
Okay. And do you have plans at all to expand? I know you've been in the same, seems like you've been in the same 4 schools during the entire time you've been doing this. Has there been plans to expand to other school buildings or?
So we just moved into Neely O'Brien last year, I believe,
Okay.
Michelle, the past year or so, 2019, that we started getting engaged with Neely O'Brien. There was some discussion about going into Scenic Hill, but we are interested in expanding. I believe the pandemic, we took a step back and we had to develop a virtual platform for the work that we're doing. How we capture it, the database, and just everything. And so we needed to have an alternative to engage kids, students, and we're still learning and preparing for that. So yes, we are interested in expanding. It comes with having the resources to expand also. But yes, we are.
Okay, and that was going to be my next
recommendations.
Well, that was going to be my next question, having been involved in some of this work in another neighboring district. I know that data supports getting more resources. So I'm wondering, has your data been shared, or how have you, I mean, are there plans to share the work that you've done over the last several years? It looks like it's been some amazing work in student outcomes to help to use that to get more resources, because that's typically, I know that's what it's worked for other programs that I've been involved in. So has there been that information? Do you have like reports, annual reports or something that comes out where that can be leveraged to help get more resources?
Yes and no. So there's been a struggle since we came from a very small organization. At one time during these past 10 years, it was just Nichelle and I working at this. And in the past 3 years or 4 years, we've ballooned. And so now I'm saying we have 16 academic coaches. Yeah. So the work trying to gather the data, we do gather data, but we finally got to the point of having it electronic. Thank you, Aubrey, for working with me to create the database so we can easily generate reports and to share. But at this point, yes, we do collect it. We do a report on the student achievements, the accomplishment of the students and the families, and number of people served. We do collect the data, but we wanted to turn it and make it more electronic, user-friendly for all our coaches, for our staff, and for it to share with the public. So, but over the majority of the time, we've been very small. You know, we've grown from, it may have been 2 or 3 of us to 5, and now we're at 16 academic coaches. So
wonderful. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I would love to see. And it's a good opportunity.
Yeah, maybe at our next, I would love to hear more from you more regularly. So I'd like to hear more regularly about your program. And so I would love to see that as part of your, presentation to help support. Absolutely. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you for the great work you're doing for our kids.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Well, at this time, we're going to, we're going to move on to agenda item 7.0, which is our discussion and approval. All right, I'd like to call for agenda item 7.01.
unmute. I make a motion that we approve 7.01, decision regarding sale of real property west of Covington Elementary.
I second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I did have a constituent ask me why we're selling this property now. So I'm asking for that constituent.
Sure. Vice President Benninger, thank you. And President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watson, Ms. Halley. Yes, that piece of parcel is on a hillside. It is right next to Covington Elementary. That whole 40-acre parcel was bought just for the Covington site to carve off the 12 acres because that was the most usable of the site for the elementary school. That parcel, we would not build anything beside that at this point, and I don't think at any time in the future, due to the fact at the bottom of that Sioux Creek, there is a small wetland. It does have a large void in the center of it. And at this point, we would not build another school right next to the school, so it would not be in our best interest to keep that parcel.
And just for my own edification, what is it zoned there?
I believe let me get back to you. I don't want to misinterpret anything, so I will get back to you on that one.
Okay. And I'm sorry, it just hit me when you were saying that I was just wondering what the zoning is, if it's residential or if it's, park or
residential, but I don't know if it's R6, 8, 10. I couldn't tell you that, but I will find out for you.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.01, the decision regarding the sale of real property west of the Covington Elementary, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no.
No.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. On to agenda item 7.02, the school intercom system replacement for 3 schools. Is there a motion?
I move that we 7.02 school intercom system replacement in 3 schools.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just feel like I need to say that this one, 7.02, 7.03, and 7.04, initially during the agenda review were in informational only. And I did ask this question then, and I'm going to ask it now in the interest of transparency. And also because there's still one outstanding item, the micro K-12 from the January 27th meeting. Why just for this or these 3 were they put on informational only? Just curious. Initially.
So they were placed on informational because they no longer meet the standard under the policy to go for board approval and action. And as far as micro K-12, I believe I've responded to the board about that. And based on the agenda item as it was presented, I interpreted that as the request, not of the consensus of the board, but a general comment. And so that's why it hasn't returned that way.
Okay. And so I'm sorry, I'm confused about what policy this changed. It must have been a recent policy that changed.
So with the removal of the procurement policy, the purchases that now go to the board are those that are over the $75,000, I believe, threshold, and are regarding capital outlay. So it reverts back to WASDA model policy. And so these don't meet that standard under the policy. That's why they were not there initially. But based on feedback, they did show up under discussion and approval, although that's not the policy procedure that needs to take place for these items.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.02, the school intercom replacement system replacement for 3 schools, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Motion carries. On to agenda item 7.03, the 2021 Verizon Wireless Services Agreement. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the Verizon Wireless Services Amendment.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
In reading this, so I see that there's there's 5 iPads that are going to be streaming sport events. But it's unclear, have those iPads been purchased? Is this contingent upon purchasing those iPads?
Thank you for your question, Vice President Bettinger, members of the board, Dr. Watts, President Daniels. This purchase is contingent on that only because we're purchasing it from Verizon. So the service is part of the purchase. We can purchase those devices independent, but as part of the support model for the streaming, we are purchasing them, from Verizon.
Okay, so it's 5 iPads for streaming sports.
5 iPads for streaming sports. And the only reason, again, that it's included is part of the additional expenditure. We did go for approval for Verizon to be able to support, additional hotspots and such. We included this only because we're purchasing from the same company, so it falls under the same contract.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Christie, could you enlighten me as to, or help me understand why this would not fall under perhaps a parent organization or sports organization purchasing this? Is there a reason why the district is actually purchasing or about to approve a purchase of that?
The 5 iPads or the additional service? Are you referring to the 5 iPads?
Yeah, I think, yes, I'm sorry.
So it's to support our athletics department to be able to stream in line with the platform that's provided by WIA.
So it's because there's no spectators allowed at the sporting events.
Oh, okay. So then.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So they get together and watch, or I don't quite understand.
Just imagine that if you were watching a live stream or a video that
Okay.
you could access by your laptop that shows the actual games being played due to social distancing and minimizing the number of individuals who can be present at a sporting event.
Okay.
I have a question. I don't know why I'm fixated on the iPads, but I'm curious about equity of services and which sports are going to be live streaming, why only 5? I know there's more middle schools, there's more high schools than 5. So I'm kind of curious about the number, why 5? And is it going to be equitable for all the sports, or I'm really curious about that. It seems like it's a weird add-on. It seems to me it seems like there could be more that can be done with that, or I'm just curious.
So specific to the equitable streaming of sports, I will have to ask that question and follow up with you. The reason that we're requesting as part of this is that was just the general request from athletics to support at least the sports that were deemed in this space. I can pass your question on and make sure that you do get an answer.
And it does say that the amendment is to increase the expenditure authority. So I'm wondering, how much has been spent for this purpose, I guess, because the budget implication is to request additional funding from ESSER, and that's increasing the expenditure authority.
So the original expenditure was to purchase hotspots and cell phones at the very beginning of the pandemic, approximately. Well, not at the very beginning of the pandemic, excuse me, aligned to this school year. So to increase the expenditure, we've had to purchase additional hotspots for staff as well as additional cell phones in order to support portions of our MOU as well as school needs. As we've had more service. So that was challenging for us to predict initially, and that's kind of the core. And again, the iPads are only included because they're part of this purchase, and we wanted to indicate everything that was going to be on the receipt that you saw, so that there was nothing left off and there were no questions about us leaving anything off of the original contract.
Got it. Thank you.
And is this something that I'm thinking it's going to be handled by our video communications department per se, or is this going to be, I'm not picturing every school having this. Is this something that's going to happen, you know, as a department where they'll, you know, different people will go and stream the service at different locations?
So I did not get enough detail on how athletics was actually using these. This is more of us providing the service of purchase specific to their request. I can ensure that you do get the answers to those questions though.
And I know many districts are doing it, so I know it's not just Kent, so it's something that's actually widespread. So I was just kind of curious as to how that was going to work.
Right. Some of the models that is being used across the country include additional staff coaches, right? JV coaches who are the ones who are responsible for doing the streaming. And those devices can pass from sport to sport potentially because they're purchased as part of the athletic department support. I don't know, again, the details, but based on the initial conversation, that was some of the information that was passed on.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.03, the 2020-21 Verizon Wireless Services Amendment, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no.
No.
Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay, motion carries. We're on to agenda item 7.04, the early learning device pilot for grades K through 12. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the early learning device pilot grades K through 12.
8 through 2.
Two. Thank you.
I second.
Hey, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I saw there's an NASPO value point agreement of $0 in there mixed in the invoice. Are there going to be future costs? Is this going to be one of those things where we're agreeing to it this year, but next year there's going to be a cost?
So the purpose of this pilot, and thank you for the question. The purpose of this pilot is to determine whether or not we make the larger investment to do this for K2 across all of our schools, meaning that there is a potential for increased cost, but that's only part of implementation. Initially, again, we are trying to do the pilot with various levels of surveys and such to get feedback on whether or not we make the larger expenditure in the future. So specific to what's in the contract right now, we don't expect additional costs for the portion that we're in, the pilot portion.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that's not like an extended warranty or something.
No, that's just giving the information on the purchasing agreement that this is a part of.
Okay, thank you.
And do I understand, Mr. Christie, that at that point, we have no obligation? If we find it doesn't work, we can back out with no penalties or?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.04, the early learning device pilot for grades K through 2, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Motion carries. On to agenda item 7.05, the contract to Robbins & Company portables for Covington Elementary. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contract to Robbins & Company portables for Covington Elementary.
Is there a second?
I'll second for purpose of the discussion.
We'll begin the discussion.
I asked a lot of questions about this, and I was struggling to find the actual capacity for Covington Elementary. So I looked at the reports we got during the boundary study and things like that, and just trying to add up because I couldn't find anywhere where capacity was. So what is the current capacity with the 2 portables that already exist at Covington?
So Thank you for the question, members of the board, President Daniels, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. We did follow up with the questions that you had, Director Bettinger. The current enrollment changes almost daily. So that's first. The number that you saw was a moment in time. I think that was a 694 that you added up for classrooms. And so that's first on the enrollment piece.
Okay. I
So
asked what
609 is the number that we sent you for current enrollment on that date.
right. So I get that. I got that current enrollment. I'm asking
Okay.
what is the actual capacity of Covington Elementary, including the existing 2 portables?
Great, thank you. I have Mr. Buzzard who will help you with the capacity question.
Thanks again, President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. The current capacity of that school, I would have to go back, because what we did is when we looked at the student count numbers versus the capacity, I want to get with Gordon Cook, who's been out a couple of days, and I want to make sure that we have our numbers for that school correct for capacity, not occupancy and not student count. We want to just make sure that that capacity is verified before we give that number. That way you have it correct.
Okay, I guess my question is, then I guess I have further wondering is, if you don't know the current capacity, essentially, and with all these numbers, capacity, occupancy, enrollment, then on what basis did you determine we need 2 more portables there? What data did you use, I guess?
So let me try to take that, Dave. So what we used is projection data, which we develop each year moving into the next year. We're in the middle of that process right now, looking at 21-22. So projection data that we had last year moving into 2021, which is this current year, we needed 2 additional portables. So moving into this school year, we actually moved ahead to do that. Because we went remotely, we held on to that. Now we're coming back to the board in preparation for 21-22 because of the projected enrollment that we originally had in order to make that decision. So we're trying to prepare Covington Elementary for the classroom need based on those projections.
So,
this would be for the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Vella, I did look at all the answers to Director or Vice President Bettinger's questions. I still had the question, and I'm still, I may be missing something here, but I hear what you say, projections have increased. So what would we be using these 2 portables exactly for that we need? I mean, do we need the capacity for more seating room?
Yes, so
projections, is that what you're saying?
So the question was, what did we use in order to make the decision to move forward with 2 additional portables? And that was the projections of the enrollment that we needed. Specifically in this case, to answer your question, it is we need additional space for program increase specifically. So currently the 2 portables that are there, and you saw that they're being used for grade 6. So there are 2 portables, 1 classroom space used for grade 6. We need 2 additional portables in order to help the program needs that are going to be increasing next year and in the future. So that's the purpose for those 2 additional portables.
Okay, correct me, I'm still program needs. Can you define that to me?
Yes, specifically. So we have our IE programming. When we have, as an example, when we have an increased need of qualified students, it may require us to have additional space. Another example would be our EL program. If we have increased services where we still need a space for students to be served in a smaller group by grade level sometimes, we do need additional space. So that is what prompts us when we need additional space, and it's projected. So that's the need for these 2 portables.
And do I hear you saying, Mr. Vella, that it's going to take some time to get all these things ready to go, electrical and everything. And so it's important to be thinking about that now, so it will be in place when it's needed. Are you taking into consideration, if we actually go back into in-person learning, the extra space we might need overall to find more space per child in these classrooms even? I mean, how are we going to project all that to know what we're going to need in 21, 22? I mean,
so let me try answering your first question. And that was, yes, we need to start the process for permitting. As you see, you have 3 items that you will be looking at in discussional approval. One is for obviously removal and then placing those portables, and the other is for networking. But yes, that takes quite a bit of time to be able to have in place. We do not want to start that process too late, because then it'd be too late to have those classrooms available for the programs, as I mentioned. And so, yes, we take into consideration our enrollment projections, which we did moving into this school year. And then we're doing the same thing for the following school year and in the future. So hopefully that answered both your questions.
So you already have the permits though from City of Covington, Department of Health, and Labor and Industries. Because that was answered in another question. So that you already have the permits. You got them in the summer of last year.
So yes, we started that process, as I mentioned, prior to us moving into remote, because we were going to do that for this current school year until we went remote. Now we need to kickstart that process so we're prepared for the fall of 21 and the future.
Did I miss where you said the projected amount, or you don't want to speak to that? Or?
Yes, and so the projections that we had moving into the school year, this current school year, 2021, we work closely with our finance and HR teams to make that determination. And so we don't just simply make that decision unless the need is there. And so that's the way we started moving into this current school year. As we are moving into 21, 22.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about, yeah.
We're kickstarting that same process in order to be prepared for that need. So Covington Elementary will have the space they need to meet the needs for all of our program students.
And they would not have needed this extra space if we would have voted on the moving the 6th grade to middle school, or?
So that's a different question.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
I can probably tell you if we were moving toward that, we certainly would have to relook at what our capacity is. As Mr. Buzzard mentioned earlier, we're going to get the exact capacity for the school. And so that would be determined, would have been a different look for us to moving forward, because that would have impacted all of our schools.
Yeah.
So we would have had to take a look across the board. Again, portables, I think we've shared this before. Portables are not a bricks and mortar building. They're not here to stay for the duration and keep them going. So they have a shelf life. So we have to use them strategically. They can only be moved, I believe, once. Twice would be pushing it because of the amount of dollars it takes to do that. So yes, and we would have relooked at it had it been the decision been different.
What do new portables cost?
I'm going to let Mr. Buzzard answer that one, because that keeps changing too.
Yes, they can go anywhere between $250,000 and $300,000.
Wow, that's a surprise to me. Thank you.
I'm also looking at it, not just the portable, but yeah, total of 150,000 close to it with the network and electricians. And um, so, you know, the fact that, I mean, if we were to move our sixth graders, then it's just extra space, right?
Well, that would be dependent on, we remember part of our analysis was program. And so we want to come back and really do an analysis of equity of programming and continuum of services. So I can tell you as a former principal, spaces are utilized. It is a luxury to be able to have some additional space because you can still do some breakout support groups, et cetera. And so it's not something that would be go unused. Again, those portables do have a shelf life. And so we utilize them strategically in order to meet the needs of the growing populations or enrollment in either program or building. And so we don't take these decisions lightly. And I will tell you lastly, we have moved portables pretty consistently over the last, I'd say 5 or 6 years. It has been dependent on, again, what our enrollment looks like, what our program needs look like, and ultimately what our capacity looks like in all of our buildings.
I have a couple comments. One is about equity of programs. As someone who is an English language learner, I remember just being stuck out in a portable out away from everything. And I just feel like that's not always very equitable. So I'm going to say I'm anti portables. I'm pro buildings having capacity for students that are appropriate. And I think that sometimes portables are a temporary solution, and that I think we need to look at bigger solutions. I know we're opening a new elementary school, et cetera, but I think that portables are costly and they're temporary, as you said. And I think there needs to be some more long-term planning as far as that. I don't want students to feel like they're other and being thrown out in a portable somewhere away from everybody else, their peers. Specifically, special education programs, ELL programs tend to be ones that are kind of put away from the rest of the population. And so to hear that, I understand that schools have to consider programming. I'm also pro equity and making sure that students don't feel like that they are not mainstreamed with their classmates. And so those are my two thoughts as far as programming goes, and as far as like building capacity, and for us as board members looking at what are we doing for the current buildings, remodeling, expanding, et cetera, to make classrooms work, and that we're not teaching in hallways, teaching in portables, that we're making the spaces that we have for our students. And if it's not there, we need to look at a bigger plan for supporting our students.
Absolutely, Director Bento, I appreciate that, because that is back to our previous meeting. We talked about a capital and facilities plan, a comprehensive one, looking at our capacity in the future, because as you know, you voted to open obviously our elementary school, which we have, and then postponing what we're doing in the future. Part of that is that analysis and comprehensive plan we need to do, because you're exactly right. We wanted to reduce and limit the need for non-bricks and mortar. In addition to that plan, it may be that we look at moving ahead and increasing the size of bricks and mortar in different buildings we currently have. And so again, back to this vote that the board is making is not something we haven't done before. It is, we do this, we don't take it lightly, strategically, and the costs are high. So we want to look at long-term use of buildings and the needs that we have.
And good evening, board and Director Bento. I just wanted to clarify one of the things about our program and placement, our EL program. We do not, we have a collaborative teaching model. So our model is that students are receive their services and support within the classroom. Sometimes there's opportunities for students to work in small groups, but that's not necessarily a part of the EL program and supports that we have in our district.
And then also I wanted to go back to Vice President Bettinger. I just wanted to make sure we do have the current capacity for Covington. It is 630 capacity. That is off of page 51 of the MGT report. But again, I want to make sure, because you brought the question up about is 1302 being used as a classroom. We've looked at that classroom and other ones. We just want to be sure before we give you the final capacity number, since you've asked that question.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, because I'm still unclear. So these two portables would be to expand programs. It's not because the school is over capacity for current programs and current students.
That is correct.
So if we voted no on these portables, it would just mean that you wouldn't potentially move a program there to Covington.
Not necessarily. So the program need, as Ms. West just mentioned, it's really dependent on which program it is. But in this case, the need that we had was the increase in our program, size of our program, required us to have 2 additional classroom spaces. And that's the need for the 2 portables. So,
okay, you haven't clarified which specific programs you're talking about.
So we can clarify that for you. I believe they were IE programs, but I have to clarify what that is. That's why I've been saying program in general, because it's really dependent on that, on our numbers. And so I believe it's IE programming, but we can clarify that. But the classrooms would be still utilized as classroom space. It wouldn't mean that the programs would go out to portables. It means we do need that space.
I can chime in on that one, because this conversation was from the preceding year, as
That's correct.
Israel mentioned earlier. The space usage is not for inclusive education programming. When we hit those capacity markers for IE programming, we look at whether we can place programs at that or another school. So when we hit that last year, the program placement impacted Millennium as a result of that. So this is gen ed programming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
Any other discussion? Okay, thank you all for that information. At this time, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.05, the contract to Robbins and Company, the portables for Covington Elementary, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying no.
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 Okay, any abstentions? No, the motion is failed. We'll move on to agenda item 7.06, the contract to Sequoia Electric LLC, portables for Covington Elementary. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contract to Sequoia Electric LLC, portables for Covington Elementary.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
The other motion failed, so
Yeah.
the next 2 are failed.
We still have to go through the agenda, regardless of whether it failed or not.
I know. I'm just.
I was sharing that for Director Hamada. So, all right. So is there any discussion? No? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.06, the contract to Sequoia Electric LLC for the portables for Covington Elementary, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no.
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 Any abstentions? Okay, the motion fails. Agenda item 7.07, the contract to Prime Electric, portables for Covington Elementary. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contract to Prime Electric, portables for Covington Elementary.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.07, the contract to Prime Electric for the portables for Covington Elementary, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no.
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 Any abstentions? The motion fails. On to agenda item 7.08, the contract to Daktronics for East Hill Elementary Reader Board. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contract to Daktronics for East Hill Elementary Reader Board.
I second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just had, again, this was one where a constituent reached out and asked a question on the difference in cost. And I'm assuming the difference in cost is between East Hill and Pine Tree is the needing the electric. But this constituent also asked how the money is raised for these. Is this from PTAs or is this money from the school's budget?
My thought is if it is from PTAs, wouldn't it come as under the gifts or another area of the agenda?
I'll let
There's a
Gordon Cook,
budget
I
and-
think.
Okay.
Yeah, Gordon.
Yeah, good evening, President Daniels, boards, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. These funds are from the site for the next three items, and I believe it's site funds, not PTA funds.
Okay.
But I would have to confer with the principal to make sure. But, you know, we didn't get any communication that this was the PTA raised money for this and they want to do this. We understand that it's site funds.
Okay.
And it does say that. It says these are school funds.
Right. And it's just this constituent was asking, and I don't quite understand it myself because I have seen that donations have been made for different things from PTAs. So, and this constituent seemed to think that that came from PTA funds. So I just wanted clarity. So
The
thank
variance
you.
a lot of times is whether it has electrical power or doesn't have electrical power, whether it's a one-sided sign, a two-sided sign, whether there's no sign and a base and pole and sign has to be added. So there's kind of several different variables. This is through KCDA, and we have recently done Glen Ridge and Sunrise, along with a couple others that you've approved in the last few months.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
And so, Mr. Cook, could you enlighten me? This is like on a capital improvements that when these things need to be done, or how is that decided when they need? When you're saying site funds, how do you decide on site funds? I don't understand that. I'm sorry.
Well, the maintenance department maintains what's in the building already. So
Right.
they would, you know, change light bulbs and ballasts and,
Right.
you know, things. Improvements come from capital and bond monies. So maintenance doesn't usually in our current model budget for improvements. Those come from levy and bond monies. So the site has chosen to, hey, we have these extra funds. We would like to change from a reader board that has little letters that you put up in a Z strip to an electronic reader board. And we coordinate that with them and, you know, provide the cost to upgrade, and then they pay for it.
So that's considered a site improvement, like a light bulb?
I'm not sure. It is capital. Yeah, I'm not sure where that falls.
I'm confused, sorry.
So I'll jump in. Thanks, Gord. Director Hamada. So when we go out for a bond, we get a
Right.
community committee together, right? And we say, okay, here are all the projects we're going to do for the bond.
Mhm.
For the 2018 levy, it was the rest of the bond that didn't get approved at that time that had maintenance and operation items that had, you know, like new roofs and things of that had not been done over the years. Site signs would be the same for if we needed to repaint the sign. Like if you've been into the district admin campus anytime soon, there was a sign that we just repainted. We didn't replace it. So those would be just maintenance items. If the school wanted a new updated reader board electronically, they would have to pay for that out of their general fund site cost, or we could add it as a project in the bond or levy through board approval, or we can put that on the next list to have that for a project for the next bond.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.08, the contract to Daktronics for East Hill Elementary Reader Board, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. On to agenda item 7.09, the contract to Daktronics for Meridian Middle School Reader Board. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve 7.09 to Daktronics for Meridian Middle School Reader Board.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.09, the contract to Daktronics for Meridian Middle School Reader Board, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Abstentions? The motion carries. On to agenda item 7.10, contracts to Daktronics and Sequoia Electric LLC for Pine Tree Elementary Reader Board. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contracts to Daktronics and Sequoia Electric LLC for Pine Tree Elementary Reader Board.
I second.
Okay, lots of seconds. Is there any discussion?
I just have a question about when things like Sequoia Electric, you know, it obviously appeared earlier, which we did not pass, but and it falls under the threshold. But like last year, I looked and we paid over like 175K to Sequoia Electric. So if there's a company like that we pay over the threshold, is there a point where the board is supposed to approve that?
So per RCW, we can apply capital funds or any public work fund up to manual labor on site to $100,000 per project.
Mm-hmm.
So since these are separated projects, you would have to incorporate, it would have to be a specific project over $100,000 to come to the board for approval.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the agenda item 7.10, the contracts to Daktronics and Sequoia Electric LLC for Pine Tree Elementary Reader Board, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. On to agenda item 7.11, School Network Infrastructure Refresh, Phase 5 Schools.
I move we approve the school network infrastructure refresh for phase 5 schools.
I second.
Okay, you're muted, Director Bento. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.11, the school network infrastructure refresh for phase 5 schools, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Agenda item 7.12, the contract to SCF General Contractors LLC for Kentwood office remodel. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the contract for SCF General Contractors LLC for Kentwood office remodel.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
No, I had a lot of questions. I want to thank you for answering all my questions about this prior to the meeting about the reconfiguration, etc. Very thorough.
All right. Any additional discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.12, the contract to SCF General Contractors LLC for Kentwood office remodel, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries. Agenda item 7.13, the contract to SCF General Contractors LLC for Kentwood Student Store. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve 7.13 contract to SCF General Contractors LLC for the Kentwood Student Store.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 7.13, the contract to SCF General Contractors LLC for Kentwood Student Store, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We're on to our consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda?
President Daniels, point of information, and I don't know if this is correctly done, but because, and if I'm way out of order, please tell me, but I'm going to do it anyway. I want to know, because we put off the moving the portables to Covington, and with some questions that we had, and if this needs to be done to get our programs in order, what's the process now for revisiting that? Does it go back to the staff? I need clarification on that.
So I think that would have been brought up maybe earlier, but I guess I'm a little curious. Did we put it? Okay, so we voted it down. So I didn't hear putting it off. So I guess I think it might need to be questioned as to, if you have questions, I'm assuming they need to be answered. So perhaps scheduling something to where those questions are answered. I'm not sure of the vote to vote it down, to be honest with you. So I don't know. But I think if we reach out to the district and indicate which questions you have so that they can get answered, and I guess it could be brought forward again.
Yes, that is President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. Yes, we could bring this back, but yes, we would need to have, as we said, we were going to come back with some other information for you. But if there are other questions that we could come back with, we can certainly bring this back, including any other information that you might need.
Well, I mean,
That would be helpful.
when we're moving through this so rapidly, forgive me, but I'm just trying to learn and grow and be a better board director. And it doesn't, sometimes after it's gone past and the vote is gone, I still have questions. So I'm just not understanding totally how to handle that, because just envisioning this, you needed these portables or something. So something has to happen, you know?
So this was on the agenda. I guess my question is, I know Vice President Benninger had questions. Were your questions forwarded to the district so they can answer them prior to this? Yeah, if you have questions, they definitely need to be answered. So again, it won't happen during this meeting, but you can definitely send an email for a work or whatever that looks like, or send the questions that you have to get them answered.
Okay,
I think one of the questions, I sort of understand where you're headed, because I think one of the things that we don't talk about is what are the consequences of our decision. So if we did vote no, what happens then?
That would have been asked during the discussion, right? Before you.
Right, I understand. Just saying. So I think, yes, it would need to be a discussion next time.
Right. But yeah, so I think we can revisit it at another time and bring it back for those, or send your questions so that they know how to respond and what answers you need.
Well, I mean, I did ask directly of Dr. Watts of this, and then I looked at all Director Vice President Bettinger's questions. I still had questions. I didn't know this was going to not pass. So that's when the question comes up. So then okay, I'll just back off. But I just want to know how, it just seems like there's an element in there that we're missing. I don't know. I'll work on it.
Well, if you do have questions, and I think the message here, Director Amata, anytime you do have a question, I know that we have conversations, and certainly you have conversations with others. But if we're talking about conversations or questions that are more complex or that are impacting, and every decision that we make or non-decision has a consequence.
Right.
So the the fact that if you do have questions, it certainly is part of our process and our practice. If you can provide those questions to us as soon as humanly possible, so that many times those complex questions do take time outside of the other day-to-day operations of our staff and team and myself. We'll be more than happy to research and provide you as much information as you need to be as informed before making a recommendation or a decision. So
Dr. Watts, I think a consideration is that sometimes, even if you have questions beforehand, even after the presentations, you have questions, which is the reason why you vote no. So then, that information, if that's not brought forward at the time, then you vote no, but then you wonder, what are the consequences?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly.
I understand. That's happened before. And so I guess it's on us to also say, if we do vote no, what happens next? And I think that's a step we missed. So
yep, I agree.
I'll take responsibility.
Can I ask who our parliamentary procedure guru is that's here?
That would be Mr. Leonard, our attorney.
Mr. Leonard, okay.
I don't claim Director Bento to be a guru, but certainly we follow parliamentary procedure, but can always talk more about how we can improve on it. But generally we use Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go back to the agenda item at hand, which is the consent agenda.
I have a question about the consent agenda, specifically 8.04.
Okay, so again, hold on. So I'm asking if there are any agenda items you'd like to pull for discussion.
Oh yeah, I would like to pull 8.04 for discussion.
Okay, any other agenda items that need to be pulled for discussion? Okay, so can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus agenda item 8.04?
I move that we approve the consent agenda minus item 8.04.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. So at this point, is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda items 8.01 through 8.08 minus agenda item 8.04, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Motion carries. Now, we will discuss agenda item 8.04. We need a motion to approve it.
I'll move consideration of agenda item 8.04, 2021 through 2022 student calendar.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion.
Yeah, so my question, because as I was reading the agenda, I wasn't clear on the process of, there was two options, one with an extended, looks like February break, one with a shortened February break. And I know that this is subject to bargaining, et cetera, but I was just curious, like, what are we voting for? Is it like the finalizing of the two? Or like, I guess I was just not clear on process of that. That's why I wanted to set aside to discuss.
Okay.
A bargaining standpoint, Dr. Behringer, if you care to share, thank you so much.
President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. Yes, so basically you're approving the calendar that's already been approved by our bargaining groups. So we've already gone through the process over the last couple of months through a voting process with our labor partners. And again, this is a bargain calendar with our Teachers Association, or KEA members. So this is the calendar that we're asking the board to approve that they have already voted on, and we'll bring it to you for approval.
And for clarity, they voted on the calendar with the February break, the midwinter break in February.
That is correct.
Option one.
Correct.
So we're voting on option one.
Correct.
Essentially.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. I was just confused why both calendars were included. And I know it said that option one was the preferred calendar that was bargained, but I wasn't sure what exactly we were voting for. So I appreciate your response.
Yep, just letting you know that there were two options, and option one was the one that was chosen. So that's the one that we're looking for your approval. So yep, thank you for the question.
Right, any additional discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.04, the 2021-22 student calendar, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. The motion carries. There are two informational items, agenda item 9.01 and agenda item 9.02.
So I have questions. It has been brought up to me, and in reading it, it looks like the new procedure is more restrictive than the old procedure. Is that assessment correct?
I will have Randy Heath, who's with us tonight, talk to you about the process they used and how they analyzed each revision that was made to both of the procedures. Randy?
Yes, President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. I led a group of district and school administrators to take a look at the process, and we came up with the final revisions to our procedure. I guess I need a clarification, Vice President Bettinger, about what do you mean by more?
The specific questions that were brought to my attention were that this doesn't seem to address if and when, we move 6 to middle, and just any other boundary changes that in the future that might occur that are still kind of left unfinished, as it were. That this doesn't seem to allow for that eventual, we're going to have to change some boundaries at some point. So it doesn't seem to allow for that, is what was brought to my attention.
Right. The board felt, or the committee felt strongly that seniors needed to be prioritized, that we were not going to ask a student going into their senior year to move to another school. And so you can see that's one of our top priorities. Basically, any other transfer request would fall under that priority 3 that is listed in there. And that would be if they could make a case as to why they felt that it would be in their best educational interest to not attend their boundary school and to attend a different boundary school. And I would say that that is the provision that under our old procedure, that is the provision that most people select when they are choosing a request for a change in school, a boundary school.
And just for clarity, these are not things that we vote on or approve. This is a procedural change.
I understand that.
Oh, I wasn't clarifying for you, just for others as well.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just questioning. The question was raised to me, and I try and ask the question. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Any other clarification? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 10, communication. Ms. Halley, are there any additional comments from the audience?
President Daniels, there are no additional comments.
Thank you so much. So we're on to board reports and discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll go first. I actually have some questions, and I know, Dr. Watts, you don't like me to ask questions during your superintendent report. So, and I did send these questions to you earlier. So it's been a lot. I mean, obviously it's on a lot of people's minds, and just the status of return to school, and, and bargaining, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you covered that in your report, but I think people are starting to really wonder if we're going to go back to school or not. And so I guess I'm asking, especially since, the recent announcement about the funding, et cetera. So, do you have any idea? I know Renton is going back shortly. I'm pretty sure Auburn might have already gone back. So people are asking why other schools are going back and we're not. So I guess I want a little more clarity on that.
Well, I appreciate your question. And as always, well, I don't recall saying I didn't like you were asking questions. It does help when I'm able to have space and place to answer those questions. This is a perfect time during your board report. And so I shared during my superintendent's update today that we will always respect the integrity of the bargaining process. That process is ongoing. And I can share with you that we certainly are confident that when decisions are made and recommendations are supported and our requisite MOUs are at a point where we're ready to move forward, that will take place. At this time, that's a simple and complex answer. We're not there at this point. And so I do not have and will not ever believe that I can predict what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone the day after. And so once that time comes, you, as I mentioned in my report, our board, our community will be updated the moment we know.
All right.
Yes.
And then falling under that, this goes back to a question I asked you on the 9th of February.
The 9th of February?
Yes.
That
in our one-on-one.
Absolutely.
The report on the HVAC systems, that's come up quite a bit. Can we get a report on the HVAC systems in our schools?
I believe I did share some information. I'd love to ask Mr. Buzzard. I certainly know a little bit more than I did several weeks ago about our HVAC system. But the reality is there a specific question that you have? Because that's a broad topic specifically about HVAC system.
It's just a report on the status of our HVAC systems in each of our schools.
Okay, that would take a little bit of time, but Mr. Buzzard, if you could provide at least a preliminary update and we can provide additional information for you as soon as humanly possible.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Watts.
Thank you.
President Daniels, member of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. Yes, Vice President Bettinger, we are looking into that right now, and we will have, I would think, our full assessment within the next 10 days.
Okay. Thank you. So 10 days. I will write that down. And then just some old business. We missed our meeting on the current state of special education. That was going to occur, I think, on the 27th. And so I'm just putting a reminder to my colleagues that we missed that work session. So I'm just reminding everyone that that's still an open issue. And another open issue is the policy 4220. So I try and keep track of all the old business and the unfinished things. And so those are on my unfinished pile. And then to my report, I've been busy. We had our audit entrance on February 16th. And then I followed up also with Alex from the state auditor's office on Monday, the 22nd, with some of my questions and concerns. So it was a good conversation and I look forward to more, and I'll be following up with him again some more. On February 18th, the board met with the ombuds for a listening session. I'm so grateful to all the families that participated and shared that listening session. That's another on Monday. I followed up with Jordanos, the ombuds person from the state, and we had a great conversation and shared some resources that I know about. So that was a great conversation. So I look forward to that listening session. And, I heard a lot of concerns about bullying and even what sounded like potential sexual assault to me, in addition to the intersectionality of, race and equity in our schools and the harm to our BIPOC students. And so it's a big issue. And I see that we have a new tab on the website that I would like to point out to everyone who might be listening right now, which is the report of concern. And I'm also, I think I've might have asked this already, but that report of concern, we don't yet have, there's also reporting policy for reporting, I wrote it down. It is for reporting a concern for the 422P, for that's a staff and programs concerns. There's 2020P, which is also for any curriculum concerns. And then there's policy 5241 for any improper actions. And then I think we also are working towards maybe staff concerns. So I'm excited for that. And so there will be more on that. I want to thank Barbara Phillips and the CNC for coming to speak to us. That was exciting. And it made me really sad to hear that it's been so long that they've reported to us. That, to me, I would like that to be an annual thing, because it's important work that they're doing, I think. And that was exciting. I want to thank Michael Lewis, Paul Bogle, and all the staff that's worked on that, to Sean Christie and Ben Rarick, on helping getting that dashboard up. It's really exciting. It's looking really good. I'm very excited for that. And I am thanking everyone who participates and listens to these sessions. And on March 2nd, I get to participate in Horizon's third grade Read Aloud, Read Across America. So I'm very excited for that I get to read to some third graders on March 2nd. So that concludes my questions and my report.
I want to thank everybody that has sent me positive emails welcoming me. I'm very excited to be in Kent School District as a board member. I appreciate the amazing welcome and messages that I've received. I appreciate the reach out from Kent Education Association to come meet with some of them. The Kent Educators of Color have invited me to a meeting to talk about equity and kind of see the work that they do. And I'm excited to see the work that's going on there. And also the LGBTQ caucus of the Kent Education Association invited me to come and see what they're working on, which I think it's amazing, all the equity work that's happening in the district and in specifically Kent Education Association. And I invite other labor partners to invite me to meetings and whatnot. I too had the audit entrance as part of my report, but that was already discussed. And the listening session from the South King County Discipline Coalition. I was very excited to see one of my former students being active in that group. And that's just really amazing to see someone I taught a long time ago doing great in the community and doing great work. And I love to see that happen. Like, it's part of why I do my job. I love to support my students. I want them to do great in life. I want them to find their passions. And I think it's great to see such great work happening with the South King County Discipline Coalition. And I'm excited to see more. I'm very excited about the CNC and the work that they do. I definitely want to see them do more work in the district and have more educators take some of their classes specifically on working with students of color. I think that's very important for educators to look at. I think there's a lot of biases that educators have that they are not always aware of, and just becoming aware of biases that you have, so that make sure that all of our students are taught and that all of our students are getting what they need, that we're supporting our students. So I'm really excited to see that relationship with the CNC continue in the district and that more positive, amazing work happens. And I want to thank everybody for, again, welcoming me, and please invite me to things. I would love to come into classes. Health classes, psychology classes, please. I'm excited. Even clubs like HOSA, GSA, please invite me. I'm happy to be a guest speaker. I'm here for you all. So thank you. That's my report.
Okay, I'll go next. I also want to thank our South King County Discipline Coalition and the listening session that was organized. I look forward to our meeting tomorrow as well. I want to thank our auditors for all of their work and their openness to receiving our questions and inquiries. I have participated in several legislative meetings, as mentioned before. The one legislation that I was kind of trying to figure out where it was and what I needed to say was Senate SHB 1476 bill, the Hold Harmless bill, and that's looking at the enrollment numbers from 1920 year and making sure that we maintain that for several years so that there's stability in the funding. So I did want to mention that. And I want to thank our CNC and our CFAC group as well for coming today and letting us know a little bit more about their work. Appreciate everything that they're doing for our communities. And I also want to thank our Kent Community Foundation folks who met with Dr. Watson and I, and thank you so much to Mr. Tashawn Christie, and what a talent we have in our district. So impressed with his knowledge, and I really, I mentioned to Dr. Watts, we need him up at in the forefront, kind of talking to us about digital equity, because he has a lot of knowledge that I certainly didn't know or have, and I think can be really harvested well in our communities. So I want to thank him for that. And then finally, I would like to quickly read a statement I put out today on social media. People have been asking, and so I just wanted to read a statement I've placed. Dear KSD community, as some in my close circle of friends know, I believe in fully committing to the political office for which we are elected, finishing terms through all the challenges and opportunities, and in political leaders having term limits to allow a space for new leadership. As such, I'm announcing today that I will not seek re-election to the Kent School Board. For the past 8 years, it has been my greatest honor to serve the students and families of the 5th largest and one of the most diverse school districts in Washington State. My active involvement in our district began in 1996 when our son entered kindergarten at Kent Elementary. I'm so grateful for the public education my son was afforded in this district, and I wake up every day knowing that I can make a difference in the lives of all of our students. The school board position is not for the weary. This time, the time away from our family and our professional work demands the ability to manage tasks and priorities with utmost attention and care. We are faced with competing interests, ideas, and challenges that require ethical, moral, and skilled considerations. I'm proud that I have never missed an important, and many would say controversial, vote, and have only missed 2 regular board meetings in the last 8 years. It is my hope that my work on the Kent School Board will be remembered for what it was, a reflection of my father's integrity, selflessness, honesty, and decision-making based on facts and reality checks that never wavered from my own core values, even when the decisions were not popular. While I'm proud to have been one of the first Indians elected in Washington State in 2013, having the opportunity to see our district rise from the challenges of 2014 through now with historical financial highs, clean audits, and increased academic achievements and opportunities for our Black and Brown students remain my proudest moments as an elected leader. Our district yet has much work to do. With Dr. Watson team at the helm, our equity work is beginning to take full shape, and we have the right leadership in place to address the needs of our most vulnerable students. I look forward to the next 10 months working alongside my board colleagues to get back into in-person teaching and learning, to maintain our financial stability, to work on our legislative priorities, and to put our equity plans to action and get our new schools opened. I plan to continue participating in educational committees where my knowledge and skills would be used to its advantage. I also will be watching as new leaders step up to run for this rewarding position as the District 5 Director of the Kent School Board. A map is available on the school board site for the areas covered by District 5. I hope the next leaders will be as enriched as I have been in serving the last 8 years, and will work hard to ensure our core values of equity, excellence, and community remain intact. Thank you to all for the esteemed privilege given to me to serve on the Kent School District Board of Directors. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll go next. That's quite a lot to follow there. And at least we have several months together. And that's good to hear that you'll be here till the end of 2021. And it's also important for people to know what's going to happen, so people that may be interested in that position can step up and serve. So I appreciate you being so open and honest and upfront about that. And I'll go on with my report. I'd like to, as I have done in the past, a shout out to all the graduates of the Kent Academy winter graduation. And that reminds us of why we are here. And most important, building pathways for successful futures. And we certainly saw lots of young people that are going to have some successful futures at that graduation. I want to shout out to Mother Nature, who brought this beautiful snow for all to play in and enjoy, and quickly melted away so I could receive my second COVID shot on Tuesday, the 16th. And I want to shout out to all those doctors, scientists, and nurses who each day are risking their lives to save lives. And I'd like to honor, because we're still in Black History Month, a big shout out, the Moderna shot that I had. The leader of that team was a Black leader and a doctor, Dr. Kismika Corbett, a viral immunologist who headed up that Moderna team. So I learned a lot about a lot of the history of the Black doctors are making in particular in that field. So again, another name comes up that's should be honored and right with us today. I want to shout out to all the presenters of the WASDA, WASBO, and WASA conference, where I took away a really good understanding of what is going on and could be expected in Olympia at present, and what we need to be advocating for and how. One of the phrases that really resonated with me is that education cuts never heal. And that made a lot of sense to me in a lot of areas. It is important to understand your why, that focusing on our students and not forgetting they are such an integral part of advocating their needs. And we did hear from 4 student leaders across the state in different districts. And 2 books I picked up of that I ordered, The Art of Gathering and Deep Kindness, were brought up in that conference, and I'm going to be reading that. I've got a lot of reading stuff here that I'm picking up on. And on to the more serious issues that we need to probably do better at. I want to thank all the parents and students and administrators who had the courage to step up to speak out in the meeting with the state of Washington's ombudsman and the South King County Discipline Coalition on the 18th. And I'm looking forward to continued collaboration on the 25th. And I have picked up the book, Cultivating the Genius of Black Children, which is by Deborah Sullivan. It has strategies to close the achievement gap. And I also want us all to remember the Day of Remembrance, February 19th, that we just celebrated for an observance for the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. And my husband, of course, was born in one of those camps. So we want to never forget some of the things that we've done in our history also. And I want to close with this, my usual statement that governmental institutions exist because the community feels there is a need to be developed for the common good. When decision makers of those institutions fail to listen to their constituents, they fail. And I'd also like to add in closing a statement from one of the student leaders of the conference I attended Sunday. Her name was Sharia from Richmond School District. She said, communication is our water. Think about that. Communication is our water. And I want to thank you all for tuning in and your support in the school district. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Amata. I'm going to be brief. I also want to thank CFAC for the presentation and information earlier. I look forward to looking at the video. So I'm sure there was some amazing information, and we appreciate all of the work that you do and all the time that we know that's been put into it, including our staff. I also want to thank the CNC for the presentation, and I really do look forward to learning more. So it was very exciting to me to hear about that and the programs that we have to support all of our students. Although I did not make the listening session, I have met with the Kent Discipline Committee privately, actually several months ago, a couple of times. And I know the stories and I do appreciate the work. And the thing that I'd like to say is that, you know, discipline is not always about policy, discipline's about people. and we look at disproportionality, we have to look at who are those disciplining and who are they disciplining. So I appreciate the work that's happening with the adult training that CNC is doing, but I think we need to do more. And so I look forward to hearing about what are some plans to be put into place to help address that, because again, it's not just about the kids, it's not about the paper, it's about the adults who are making the decisions on what's happening to our students. I also want to thank, I'm excited also about March 2nd, Read Across America. I'm going to be reading to 6th graders, which is always interesting, but it's going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to it next Tuesday. I also, if I didn't say congratulations already to the graduates of the Academy, that was wonderful to see them, and just great young people with great ideas, and I'm really excited about their future. I do want to challenge the board a little bit. I guess I'm looking forward to having a discussion about, you know, a couple of weeks ago, we voted down a boundary expansion to address and alleviate the overcrowding in our schools. And then we just voted no to add portables to alleviate the crowding because we did not approve the boundary. So I guess I really look forward to figuring out the why and having a little bit more discussion. I do wish it could have happened during the time, because I know a lot of people are going to watch this and say, what are they doing? And I think some of us might not even know why we voted no. So I really think that we need to be clear and understanding of the decisions we make and the impact, because we talk about equity, we talk about it all the time, and yet decisions we make are not equitable. So I think as a board, I'm challenging us to really think about what we're doing and who we're impacting, and our why for voting no, and our why for voting yes. So with that being said, I look forward to that discussion. And at this time, I will adjourn our meeting, and we will be moving into an exempt session, correct? Okay. All right.